Chapter 806. Lu Chen briefly explained what had happened, and Secretary Lin immediately replied, "I'll be right there. Don't move around." "Oh, can you pass the phone to the officer in charge?" "Secretary Lin, I'm on speaker." Okay, I'll talk to them." "Who's the one handling the case?" "I'm Lin Zirui." Captain Lu froze when he heard that. Lin Zirui? Wasn't he the leader of Rivertown? Secretary Lin, it's me. I'm Xiao Lu from the Western District Police Station. I'm on Captain Zhang's side. Captain Lu knew that the other party wouldn't recognize him if he introduced himself as Xiao Lu, so he brought up Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang. On the other end of the line, the other party couldn't remember which Captain Zhang was. Although Rivertown wasn't big, Secretary Lin couldn't remember the names of all the police officers. Captain Lu was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to introduce himself. "Oh, Xiao Lu, right? I know the Western District Police Station. Wait here for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. You're really Secretary Lin?" Captain Lu couldn't help but ask. Although the voice was similar, he couldn't be Secretary Lin for a phone call in the middle of the night. "You'll know when you get there." "All right, arrest all the suspects with guns. Don't let anyone go." Captain Lu could only do as he was told. While waiting, Captain Lu kept looking at Lu Chun. This guy and his sister were wearing caps and didn't want to show their faces. Originally, the police would have to take off their caps for interrogation, but since Secretary Lin had spoken, he could only let them wear their caps and sit at the side. Who were these two siblings? Why were they so influential? In less than 20 minutes, a few official cars and more than 10 police cars sped toward them. Then, a large group of people got out of the cars. Seeing these people, the police officers at the scene were stunned. Secretary Lin wasn't the only one who came. Commissioner Chun from the City Police Station and Commissioner Fong from the Key Case Investigation Unit were all their superiors. Other than that, there were also people from the military. The military immediately surrounded the scene. Secretary Lin and the others arrived at the place where the spell was cast. They looked around but couldn't find Lu Chun and his sister. "Secretary Lin." Lu Chun greeted him. Secretary Lin, several bureau chiefs, and the head of the military rushed over. "Are you okay?" Secretary Lin asked anxiously. "It's nothing. It's just that they want us to go back to the station to investigate. It seems like it will take some time." "I don't have that much time right now," Lu Chun said. "It's good that the two of you are fine. How did you meet a gunman? Is the security of Jiangchang City so bad?" The faces of the two bureau chiefs turned ashen. Secretary Lin's words were obviously meant for them to hear. Bureau Chief Fong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "Well, I'm really sorry. We'll investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter what the other party's background is, we'll definitely give the party involved a satisfactory answer." "Who's in charge of this case?" Bureau Chief Fong turned around and asked. Lu Dui hurriedly ran over. "Chief Fong, I'm Xiao Lu from the Western District Police Station. We rushed to the scene as soon as we received the report." "Well, let's do it this way. These two don't need to assist in the investigation. Arrest all the troublemakers and bring them back for interrogation. And the surrounding witnesses, do your best to collect evidence. They don't need to be brought back to assist in the investigation. They're the party involved." "Chief Fong, isn't this a little against the rules? There are so many people watching, and some are even recording." Lu Dui reminded Bureau Chief Fong. "Also, the main suspect, he seems to have some background." Lu Dui said in a low voice. "Background? It doesn't matter what background he has. Bring everything back. All right, you must find the gun that committed the crime. I'll personally write a report to the higher-ups about this matter. You just need to ask for my help." The gun has been found, as well as the bullet. Bureau Chief Fong lowered his voice and said to Lu Dui, "Well, you must take good care of the evidence. There can't be any slip-ups in this case. Otherwise, it's not just you, Chief Zhang, Chief Chun, and even Secretary Lin won't be able to shoulder this responsibility. Forget it. I'll personally supervise this case." Lu Dui's eyes widened. Was it really that serious? Even Secretary Lin had to shoulder the responsibility? Bureau Chief Fong was the head of the Key Case Investigation Unit. He hadn't handled the case personally for a long time, but today he was going to supervise the case personally. This was going to blow up. A phone call had shaken the entire river town. Lu Vui suddenly thought of something and hurriedly grabbed Bureau Chief Fong. Bureau Chief Fong, can I ask something? What is it? That person. Lu Dui's gaze fell on the young man who was talking to Secretary Lin. He can't be. Not that person, right? Bureau Chief Fong rolled his eyes at Lu Dui. You're a criminal investigator. You only understand now? The military directly bought the entire Villa district and deployed troops to ensure the safety of him and his sister. Have you seen such a scene before? Let's put it this way. I don't even need to know what the red-haired kid's family does. I can already say that even God can't save him. Solipsistic is the hope of mankind. Huaxia is now only protecting his safety. He's not just a citizen of Rivertown, but also not just a citizen of Huaxia. The Earth Alliance has already made his safety the top priority. Lu Dui was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had almost forcibly removed that person's hat just now. Thinking back, his back was now drenched in cold sweat. No wonder he said that he's not a level 4. Lu Dui suddenly recalled this matter. He's from level 5, the only level 5 player in the world. He paved the path for the first few levels of heaven for the players on Earth. Mad God. Oh my God, I actually met Mad God. Bureau Chief Fong, please wait for me. Lu Dui hurriedly ran to Lu Chun. Ahem, sir, can I ask for your autograph? I'm not doing this for sale. I'm really a fan of yours. I've seen all your battles. I admire you so much. Lu Chun looked at Lu Dui in surprise. He was so fierce just now, and now he was running over to ask for an autograph? Lu Chun didn't have the habit of signing autographs. However, seeing Lu Dui's excited and incoherent manner, Lu Chun made an exception and agreed. After signing the autograph, Lu Chun followed Secretary Lin and the military's car and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. More police would arrive soon, and the case would be handed over to the Key Case Investigation Unit. 2 police cars were holding down the troublemakers. They were still swaggering in the back seat, but no one paid them any attention. In the other car, there were all police officers on duty. A few young police officers approached Lu Dui. Hey, Lu Dui, what were you doing just now? You went to ask for an autograph? That's not your style. Who is he? A celebrity? You're already so old, yet you're still chasing after celebrities. He doesn't look that old. Could he be some 18th-tier male idol? Him? Lu Dui's eyes were full of pride. He's indeed a celebrity, but he's better than all of them. You'll know when you see the autograph, but don't make it public. Lu Dui held the notebook and carefully opened the last page. There were only 4 words on it, but it was enough to explain everything. Only I. The female police officer's face turned pale, and her eyes were full of horror before she could finish reading. Oh my God, it's him. She covered her mouth. Oh my God, I was standing next to him just now. Oh my God, I didn't take a selfie. Lu Dui closed the notebook proudly. This autograph is priceless. I won't exchange it for anything. Damn, old fan, turn around. Quick, I want to catch up with Mad God. I want an autograph too. The police officer next to him almost went crazy. Chapter 807. Lu Chen's safety was the top priority of the Earth Alliance. Ensuring that he could come online on time was naturally more important than anything else. What process, what public opinion, there was no need to consider at all. Secretary Lin let him go immediately. However, Lu Yi still blamed herself. Brother, it's all my fault for being careless. Returning home, Lu Yi lowered her head and looked wronged. Lu Chun rubbed her head. Silly, which decent person has a gun? But this time, I've learned my lesson. You still have to be careful in the future. When people can extract more attributes in the future, don't be so careless. Okay, I know. Lu Yi pouted. All right, brother. You can actually catch a bullet with your bare hands. You, how many attributes do you have? A few tens of thousands. Lu Chun said casually. In the 5th heaven, as long as you have the extraction scroll, you can extract your attributes directly. There's no upper limit. A few tens of thousands. Brother, then aren't you a real Superman now? Lu Chun shook his head. There are too many fifth heaven powerhouses. My current ranking is below 2 million. It's still too bad. Below 2 million. The fifth heaven is so scary. It was rare for the two siblings to go out and encounter trouble, but this also reflected Lu Chen's current status on Earth. At the same time, it tested Lu Chen's physical strength. His current strength had far exceeded the limits of humans. He was also very envious of this. She only wanted to work harder and enter the fifth heaven as soon as possible. On Red Hair's side, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Lu Chun and Lu Yi should also come online again. After teleporting back, Lu Chun rested for a night. The next morning, he continued to rush to Autumn Lake. The closer he was to King City, the more prosperous the surroundings became. Large and small cities appeared frequently. Even the official roads became wider and smoother. Those who flew in the sky on their mounts were probably high officials and nobles. They had flying privileges, and they also had powerful mounts and sufficient spiritual power. Autumn Lake was southwest of King City. Lu Chun went straight in the direction of Autumn Lake. Walking on the wide official road, Lu Chun found that there was a large number of soldiers in front of him. It seemed that the road had been sealed. This seemed to be the only main road to Autumn Water Lake. If they took a detour, they would have to walk a long way. Lu Chun stepped forward and was about to ask, "Stop. You can't leave here." Lu Chun looked behind the barricade. There didn't seem to be anything special, so he asked, "Big brother, what's going on in front? Why can't we leave? Why do you ask so many questions? If I tell you that you can't leave, you can't leave. Go away." Lu Chun took out a bag of spirit stones from his backpack. There were about 100 of them. "Big brother, I've been walking for a few days. If I can't walk from here, I'll have to walk for a few more days. Big brother, you must be tired. Let's go to the side and rest." Seeing the spirit stones in Lu Chen's hand, the soldier's attitude immediately softened a lot. "Now that you mention it, I am indeed a little tired." The two of them came behind a big tree. After some secret operations, Lu Chen asked, "Big brother, why can't we go over there?" "Hey, I think you're a rogue cultivator. You must not be well informed. There was originally a spirit stone mine in front, but it was attacked later. You know about the previous heavenly demon and dwarf spirit stone mines, right? They were attacked by that thing. I'm telling you, you'd better not go." The scene was really disgusting. Everyone was only left with skin. There were no wounds on their bodies, but you could still see their horrified expressions before they died. I only took one look, and I had nightmares for several days. Lu Chun suddenly widened his eyes. The spirit stone mine here was also attacked? It was that guy. "Big brother, do you know who did it?" "Hey, I don't know. Although I'm sure that the spirit stone mines were attacked by the same person, no one has seen what that guy looks like. Or rather, those who have seen him are all dead." Lu Chun had long wanted to check out the situation of the spirit stone mine. Now that he had encountered it, he must think of a way to take a look. "Big brother, can you think of a way to let me in?" "In? Didn't I tell you that the scene hasn't been dealt with yet? You can't go. Besides, what do you want to do in there?" The soldier looked at Lu Chun with a wary gaze. Lu Chun hurriedly explained with a smile, "Hey, to be honest, I want to record a copy of the Shadow Stone's information. I want to make a small profit." This reason was reasonable, so the soldier let down his guard. "That's true. It said that these Shadow Stones are sold out every time. If you can get the initial Shadow Stone, you can make at least 4,000 to 5,000. How could Lu Chun not understand what he meant? He smiled and gave him another 1,000 spirit stones. "Big brother, please help me think of a way." This money came for free, so the soldier was naturally happy to take it. "How about this? I'll find you a set of soldier's clothing. You can wear it, and no one will care about you." This person was also quite trustworthy. He returned to the small house next to the roadblock and stayed for a while before running back to give Lu Chun a set of brand new Dong Yu soldier's clothing. "I've placed a talisman on the clothing. It will automatically destroy itself after 1 day." Lu Chun nodded. "Okay, thank you, big brother. By the way, won't the others report you?" "It's fine. Even if we don't do it, there will be people inside recording their own shadow stones. Those outside won't even get to drink the soup. Don't worry, they are all my brothers. I've already talked to them." Who doesn't want to make money in the army? Since the other party said so, Lu Chun openly entered the sealed area. The mine wasn't hard to find. There were always people dressed up as soldiers walking in that direction. Lucien didn't say anything and followed them. Soon, they arrived at the mine. As soon as they arrived, Lucien saw the scene and almost vomited. A thick stack of human skins was piled up at the entrance of the mine. The texture of these human skins was similar to leather clothing. This was the most terrifying part. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were vivid, and almost all of them were in a state of panic. There were people continuously transporting new human skins out of the mine. From time to time, some of the soldiers in charge of transporting the human skins would suddenly run to the side and vomit. At the entrance of the mine, there were a few high-ranking Earth elementalists inspecting the human skins and discussing something. Damn, what kind of method is this? It's too disgusting. There's not even a wound on their bodies. They're all intact human skins. This King. I can't take it anymore. This is already the third case. Thousands of people in this mine, including 8- and 7-star Earth elementalists, died just like that. What kind of thing did this? Lucien took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and followed a swearing soldier into the mine. The mine was slanted downwards and extended all the way. There were still lights at the front, but there were serious cave-ins at the back, making it very difficult to search. The dead at the front should have been cleared out. Lucien went deeper into the mine with the soldiers. The further they went, the fewer soldiers there were searching. Not long after, that person saw a human skin and hurriedly ran over to pick it up and walked out of the mine. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and get out. It was obvious that he was very reluctant to come here. After he ran away, Lucien was left with gravel from a serious cave-in in front of him, blocking the way forward. Heaven's Eye. Lucien secretly activated his Heaven's Eye and found a weak area at the edge of the cave-in. He pushed hard and actually opened up a hole. Sovereign magical beast, let me see what kind of method you're using. Lucien took a deep breath and went through the hole alone. Chapter 808. There were torches by the wall. Lucien lit a torch to illuminate the surroundings. It seemed like no one had searched this place before. There were many human skins of ordinary people around. Usually, they were the only ones doing the most difficult and tiring work. It was quite scary to be alone here. Lucien called out Little Green and Fur Ball to accompany him. Lucien squatted beside a human skin. Little Green, can you see how he was sucked dry? Little Green was not very afraid of these human skins. After all, she had refined her own kind before. She patiently flipped through the human skins and compared them with a few others. She said, "Boss, there are no wounds on their bodies, but look at their expressions. All of them have their mouths open. You're saying that all the flesh and bones were sucked out from their mouths?" Louis nodded. "It's very possible. After all, there are no bigger wounds on their bodies. Look inside their mouths. There are bloodstains and sticky substances. Almost everyone has them. I'm guessing that the internal organs and bones were shattered first. Then some kind of strong suction force was used to suck the internal organs and bones away." Lucien frowned, directly shattering the internal organs of an 8-star Earth elementalist. This kind of attack was unheard of. Even if it were him, he would not be able to withstand it. "Boss, come over here and take a look. Look, these seem to be spirit stone powder formed after being mixed with water." Louis called out to Lucien from beside the rock wall. Lucien hurried over. There were some solidified mud blocks on the ground. The material was similar to spirit stones, but spirit stones were extremely hard. However, these things would be dented if squeezed hard. Louis's deduction was that these things were spirit stones that had been crushed into powder and glued together with water. After a long time, they formed the solid mud blocks now. It's understandable that the internal organs and bones were crushed when killing people. After all, this was the only way to suck them out. However, spirit stones were also crushed and eaten? Why? Lucien was puzzled. Little Fur Ball, if it were you, you would eat it directly, right? No matter how hard the spirit stone was, Little Fur Ball would still eat it without hesitation. The Little Fur Ball nodded and told Lucien that it only liked to eat living things, but if it really wanted to eat them, it wouldn't be so complicated. It would definitely eat them directly. Boss, I thought a possibility. Lu Yi suddenly said. What is it? That guy should still be in its infancy, so it can only eat liquid food. Infant stage. Lu Chen's mind buzzed. If Lu Yi's deduction was correct, then this was definitely not good news. He could easily kill an 8-star Earth cultivator when he was still a child. How terrifyingly powerful is an adult sovereign magical beast? Lu Chen couldn't help but doubt. Can a loose immortal really kill an adult sovereign magical beast? Or could it be that the resurrected sovereign magical beast this time was even stronger than the one that died? As they walked forward, they reached the end of the mine. In front of them was an area that hadn't been mined yet. They could see some crystals inlaid on the walls. Lu Chen didn't have refining skills, so he couldn't refine the spirit stones into spirit stones even if he obtained them. In addition, this place had already been damaged and was extremely unstable. It was better not to touch it. That guy is really a troublemaker. It only eats the spirit stone veins that have been mined. It looks like it will continue to attack the spirit stone veins everywhere. We've already been here for a long time. Let's go. Lu Chen collected the dozens of human skins scattered on the ground and brought them out of the mine. It didn't feel good to carry these human skins, but it wasn't suitable to leave them in the dark mine. Lu Chen endured the discomfort and brought them out. After checking the spirit stone mine, Lu Chen obtained a few important pieces of information. Among the sovereign magical beast skills, there was a skill that could directly shatter the opponent's internal organs and bones. In terms of strength, it had reached the level of shattering spirit stones. It looks like I have to increase my cultivation level and continue to strengthen my body and bones. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight it at all, Lu Chen said. Another point was that the guy might still be a child. Of course, he couldn't be sure about this. It's a little difficult to deal with. Lu Chen shook his head with a serious expression. After coming out of the mine, Lu Chen didn't turn back. Instead, he walked in another direction. After successfully passing through another roadblock, Lu Chen went straight to Autumn Water Lake. That night, Lu Chen arrived at Autumn Water Lake. In the past, there were usually people who came here to admire the beautiful scenery, fish, or collect. However, due to the roadblock, no one came to Autumn Water Lake recently. Lu Chen came to the lakeside and called softly, "Little golden carp, are you there?" In the distance, there was a flash of water on the surface of the lake. Something under the water was approaching Lu Chen's direction. When it arrived in front of Lu Chen, a big golden head appeared on the surface of the water. "Benefactor, you actually survived." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, why did you ask me to come here?" "Come down, I don't want to be seen by others." "Use the clear water pearl." "Oh, don't worry about the surrounding magical beasts. With me here, they won't attack you." Lu Chen nodded and jumped into the lake. Under the protection of the clear water pearl, Lu Chen didn't need to take a breath and could see the surrounding environment. Faintly, Lu Chen discovered that there seemed to be huge magical beasts surrounding him and little golden carp. Some of the magical beasts' huge bodies couldn't be seen completely. He could only feel that the surroundings were surrounded by all kinds of huge magical beasts. Little golden carp was beside Lu Chen. Although these magical beasts were restless, they didn't attack from beginning to end. Lu Chen was puzzled. What kind of creature was little golden carp? Why didn't those magical beasts attack them? Little golden carp kept swimming to the bottom of the lake. Lu Chen followed closely behind. Not long after, they came to a rock at the bottom of the lake. Little golden carp used its head to touch the rock. The rock actually opened a door. Looking in from the outside, there was a completely different world inside. Little golden carp signaled Lu Chen to go in. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and finally swam in. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Chen directly fell out of the water. This was an underwater cave. The surrounding water couldn't invade. Damn, what is this place? Lu Chen looked around in shock. Not long after, from the surrounding water, little golden carp's head popped out. Benefactor, there's another door in the inner room. I can feel that there is abundant spiritual energy inside. There seems to be something inside, but I can't go in. You go and see if there is anything good. As for whether you can get the treasure, it will depend on your luck. Ah, there's a treasure here? Lu Chen turned around and looked behind him. There seemed to be another stone door. He walked over. Just as his hands touched the stone door, a dignified voice suddenly sounded. "Who is it?" Lu Chun was startled. He looked around. He was the only one in the surroundings. There was also a little golden carp who was nervously looking at him. The words just now clearly didn't come from little golden carp. It seemed to have come from this door. "Solipsistic." Lu Chun tried to reply. "What is your cultivation level?" 7-star wild cultivator." 7-star wild cultivator? You don't have a sect? No. Then, what is your main profession? Main profession? Lu Chun was a bit embarrassed. He didn't seem to have a main profession. He had the Holy Lotus sword heart for spiritual swords. The Grandmaster of Combat had too many skills. The monk had the Buddha's salvation for all. The beast tamer had a bunch of divine pets. The puppet had a sub-originator. The explosives expert had the spiritual energy space cannon. The talisman master had the heavenly might chess array. The pharmacist had the rejuvenation skill. Only the prophet wasn't good at it. This is a bit difficult to answer. I don't have a main profession. Except for the prophet, I know a little about the other 8 professions. Lu Chun said helplessly. Chapter 809. No main occupation. Everyone except the prophet. You liar. That dignified voice said. Lu Chun held his forehead. Sometimes, he really couldn't tell the truth. After all, no one would believe him. Who are you? Where's this place? Why are you asking these questions? What was surprising was that the other party actually answered him directly. This is the treasury of the Heart Refinement Courtyard. However, things have changed with the passage of time. After thousands of years, the once famous Heart Refinement Courtyard can only sink to the bottom of a lake. No one cares about it. That person's voice was filled with vicissitudes and helplessness. This person seemed to have a deep relationship with the Heart Refinement Courtyard. Heart Refinement Courtyard? Lu Chun was a little surprised. He had joined the Heart Refinement Courtyard when he was in the second heaven. At that time, Principal Kinsheng told him that the Heart Refinement Courtyard also existed in the Advanced Heaven domain. He didn't expect the Heart Refinement Courtyard to exist in the 5th heaven. You know about the Heart Refinement Courtyard? That person asked in surprise. Yes, the Heart Refinement Courtyard was quite strong in the second heaven. At that time, almost all the experts would enter the Heart Refinement Courtyard to cultivate. However, in the 3rd or 4th heaven, I don't know if I didn't meet them or if they weren't there. In short, their presence was very low. As for the 5th heaven, this heaven is too big. I didn't completely explore it, so I can't answer you. Impossible. The Heart Refinement Courtyard I mentioned was completely destroyed when the demonic beast army invaded thousands of years ago. That person said the Heart Refinement Courtyard you mentioned might have been rebuilt by the surviving students of the Heart Refinement Courtyard. Lu Chun frowned. The Heart Refinement Courtyard before the War of Gods and Demons was the Heart Refinement Courtyard of ancient times. Then, did this person know the location of the 5 great spiritual veins? However, before Lu Chun could ask, the other party said, I didn't expect that after the Heart Refinement Courtyard I personally found it fell, someone would rebuild it. Perhaps this is also a kind of inheritance. Kid, you said that the second heaven experts would enter the Heart Refinement Courtyard. What about you? Me too. Lu Chun took out a badge from his bag. It was the badge of the Heart Refinement Courtyard. It's exactly the same as the badge I designed. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The other party's tone was a little excited, and then he fell into deep thought for a long time. Even he himself thought that the Heart Refinement Academy that he'd established with his own 2 hands would cease to exist. However, a few thousand years later, a young man had actually produced a badge that was exactly the same as the one he'd established at that time. So, how could he not be excited? Lu Chun even felt that if the other party had a physical body, it would probably be in tears by now. After a long while, that person said, Kid, do you know who founded the current Heart Refinement Courtyard? I don't know. Lu Chun answered honestly. I only cultivated in the Heart Tempering Courtyard for a period of time when I was in the second heaven. After that, I didn't go to the Heart Tempering Courtyard. Moreover, it said that the Heart Tempering Courtyard is very powerful. I didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with them. That's true. The man seemed a little disappointed, but he quickly said, no matter what, since you're a disciple of the Heart Refinement Courtyard, you're my disciple as well. Hey, stop. Apprenticeship is not popular in the Heart Refinement Courtyard. You have to spend task points to buy lessons. I'm not your disciple. Lu Chan said. Why? Is it wrong for you to be my disciple? I don't even know who you are. Why would I want to be your disciple? Besides, I don't even plan to be your disciple. You really live up to your name. You're very arrogant. Then when you were in the Heart Refinement Courtyard, what did you call the person who taught there? Teacher. All right, then I'm your teacher too. This time, Lu Chan didn't know how to refute. If he was really the founder of the Heart Refinement Courtyard, then let alone calling him teacher, he could even call him principal. You just said that among the 9 professions, you don't major in any of them. You're only not good at being a prophet, and you know a little about the others. Tell me honestly, is that true? If you continue to spout nonsense, then you're deceiving your teacher. Lu Chan blinked his eyes. The other party's accusation was a little too harsh. Fortunately, he didn't lie. Yes. All right, since you said so, then I'll test your strength. If you can't meet my requirements, you won't be able to enter the treasury. If you can complete the test, you can go to the treasury and take a treasure. I can only take 1 treasure? Teacher, you see, I'm also from the Heart Refinement Courtyard. Usually, no one comes here. If I leave it there, it'll just collect dust. Lu Chan immediately called out to his teacher diligently. He tried to persuade him with both emotion and reason. Kid, don't be too greedy. The rules of the Heart Refinement Courtyard have always been like this. Everyone can only take 1 treasure after completing the test. There are no exceptions. Lu Chan pondered for a moment. He'd better go in first. What test is that? This door has the universe 9 extremes formation. The 9 extremes represent the 9 professions. You said that you cultivate all 8 professions at the same time. Then I'll open one of the array cores for you. You can break the other 8 array cores by yourself. If you can open this door, I'll let you in. You can choose any treasure inside. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a strong suction force came from the door. Lu Chan couldn't help but be sucked into the 9 extremes formation. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Chan found himself in an open area. The surroundings were filled with fog. There were complicated array glyphs on the ground. He stepped on a circular array glyphs. The circular array glyphs extended outwards in 9 directions. The path was filled with strange runes. Only the north didn't have any fog. Lu Chan walked in this direction. After walking for about 2,000 meters, Lu Chan saw a stone pillar at the end of the 9 extremes formation. The stone pillar was carved with all kinds of elemental patterns, such as fire, ice, lightning, wind, darkness, earth, stone, and so on. There were 2 sentences written on it. Palm Origin Spirit, predict heaven's will. This stone pillar seemed to represent the prophet profession. The prophet profession mainly developed in 2 directions, elemental sorcerer and oracle. The stone pillar glowed faintly. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a carving of a person. It wasn't a human. It looked like a fairy. The eyes of the stone statue were emitting a green light. It was very lifelike. Is this the strongest prophet? Lu Chan frowned slightly. To be carved in the 9 extremes formation, what kind of background did this guy have? At the very least, he was sure that this guy was a super expert from ancient times. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the answer here. Lu Chan had to think of a way to break the formation first. It looks like it really helped me become a prophet. Then I just need to activate the other 8 stone pillars. After all, this was a formation. Apart from the prophet pole, which didn't have any fog, the other places were filled with fog. Lu Chan didn't dare to wander around. He first returned to the center of the 9 extremes formation. Then, he followed the direction indicated by the runes on the ground and walked northeast. He didn't encounter any danger on the way. At the end of this pole, Lu Chan also found a stone pillar. The stone pillar was carved with all kinds of herbs, cauldrons, goo worms, refining the universe, controlling life and death. There was also a carving of a person on the stone pillar. It was a giant with a medicine basket on his back. Medicine master? Little Green, I'll leave this to you. After Lu Chan finished speaking, he summoned Lu Yi. Chapter 8:10. The two of them studied the stone pillar. When LVE touched the stone pillar with her hand, the stone pillar reacted. Boss, it gave me a test. Lu E suddenly said. N? What kind of test? Pill refining, healing, poison, and goo. You can choose anyone. Then I'll definitely choose pill refining. Lu E nodded. She was best at pill refining. Boss, there doesn't seem to be any danger here. Leave it to me. When I'm done with the test, I'll go back to the starting point and wait for you. Lu Chen left Little Furball behind. With Little Furball around, it would be much safer. All right, then I'll go take a look elsewhere. The Eastern Stone Pillar was a sword spirit. When Lu Chen touched it, a few options appeared in his mind. Sword technique, sword realm, sword body. He could choose any one of the three and complete the test. Sword realm should be like Gu Fei's sword intent. As for sword body, I don't have one. Then I'll choose sword technique. Lu Chen felt a little heartache. His sacred lotus sword heart was actually used for the test. Forget it. This is also a type of treasure snatching. Anyway, I can recover. During the test, I'm not required to use soul body as one. I have to go all out. It probably has something to do with the final test result. Lu Chen thought for a moment. In the end, he activated Divine Demon Symbiosis, 3 lives reincarnation, death ground, and many other skills to increase his status. Pulling out Limitless Sword, Lu Chen activated the skill on the stone pillar. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. 1080 Sword Chi slammed into the stone pillar. Every attack seemed to want to shatter the stone pillar. Lu Chen noticed that when the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart slammed into the stone pillar, the bottom of the stone pillar would light up a little. With every attack, the height of the stone pillar would light up a little. When 200 Sword Chi slammed into the stone pillar, the 7 to 8 meter tall stone pillar was completely lit up. This should mean that he had passed the test. However, once the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was used, there was no reason to withdraw it. 1080 Sword Chi slammed into the stone pillar mercilessly. Suddenly, with a bang, the stone pillar was cut in half by the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. F***CK this. Lu Chen panicked. The 9 extreme array should be a special array formation for testing. In other words, this should be the Ancient Heart Refining Academy's test. In the end, he broke the stone pillar. Did this mean that he had destroyed the test paper during the exam? Usually, this kind of situation meant that he would not get any results. F***CK, teacher, come take a look. The stone pillar was broken. Principal. Lu Chen called out everywhere, but no one responded. What the hell? Lu Chen facepalmed. What the F***CK, it's fine if I use the Holy Sword Lotus Heart properly, but why did I use Fierce Tiger descends the mountain? Lu Chen was filled with regret. Ferocious Tiger descends the mountain, descends your soul. This is great. Even the stone pillars are broken. Lu Chen didn't know if the founder of the Heart Refining Courtyard had noticed, but he suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly ran to the stone pillar, picked up the broken stone pillar, and put it back on the stone pillar. After being cut by the Holy Sword Lotus Heart, the stone pillar was neatly broken. In the end, he really put it back on the stone pillar. It would be even better if there was some glue. Lu Chen didn't care so much anymore. He hurriedly went to the next testing area. The next area was the Beast Tamer. Spirit Exorcism, Spirit Beast Tamer. These were the 2 general branches of Beast Tamer, Spirit Beast Tamer and Spirit Beast Tamer. Although Lu Chen had a Spirit Beast Tamer, Xiaomin Little Green and the Alchemy Boy weren't good at fighting. Naturally, they chose Beast Tamer. However, the requirement for Beast Tamer was to release all battle pets. Do I really need all battle pets? Lu Chen was terrified. This stone pillar wouldn't break again, right? There was no other way. This was the requirement of the test. 8 divine beasts, 8 ultimate divine beasts, plus the young extreme, Nether Glow, and extreme yang illumination. That wasn't all. Lu Chen still had to go back and pull the little fur ball over. Just as he returned to Lu Yi's side, Lu Chen discovered that the sky above had changed greatly. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and strong winds rose. If it wasn't for the dense fog here, the scene would have been very terrifying. The pill is out. This is an astronomical phenomenon. It's another top-grade pill. Lu Chun didn't disturb Lu Yi for the time being. As expected, Lu Yi didn't want to be a burden to Lu Chun this time. She mustered all her strength and used all her knowledge to refine an 8th-grade pill. With a crack, the alchemist's stone pillar cracked. F*CK. Lu Chun and Lu Yi were dumbfounded. Lu Yi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Boss let her pass the test, but she broke the stone pillar. How could she explain this to Boss? It's over. Lu Chun hurriedly rushed over. When Lu Yi saw that Boss was actually nearby, she didn't know what to do. Boss, I didn't do it on purpose. It asked me to refine the highest grade pill no matter how many materials I used. I don't say anymore. It's not your fault. Lu Chun hurriedly supported the stone pillar and stuffed the broken pieces back. He barely managed to prevent the stone pillar from falling. Let's go. Lu Chun pulled Lu Yi and ran with the little fur ball. She broke another one. This time her results would be terrible. Along the way, Lu Yi's eyes were red. Lu Chun hurriedly said, "Little green, it's okay. Actually, I also broke another one. Moreover, for the next test, I think I'll also break." Really? Lu Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. If Boss can't pass the test, then it won't be all because of me. Lu Chen's face was filled with despair. Isn't this broken stone pillar too old? Damn, forget it. I reckon that I won't be able to get the treasure this time. Let's finish the test and quickly get out. The beast-taming stone pillar was currently being attacked by various godly beasts and the little furball. Now that Lu Chun had several mature, godly beasts, the little fur ball was going overboard. This fellow knew that Boss would not be able to pass the test, so it simply bit the stone pillar. How could that stone pillar withstand such torment? Before it completely lit up, it was already bitten off by the little fur ball. Then a bunch of godly bees started to bombard it. This stone pillar did not even have the chance to be restored. Lu Chun looked on helplessly as these fellows destroyed his test paper. He was already numb. Anyhow, I've raised you for so long. You really don't mind the trouble. Lu Chun looked like he had nothing left to live for. It wasn't easy to get such an opportunity, and now it's gone. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chun sympathetically. Boss, I'm sorry for your loss. Alas. Lu Chun shook his head and walked to the next stone pillar with a bunch of battle pets. Spirit fingertips, puppet strings. Puppeteer. One was a puppet controlled by strings, and the other was a puppet of the soul. Su Yuan was not with him, but Lu Chun still had the puppeteer manipulation skill, so he directly tested it. The easiest way to test the puppeteer manipulation skill was to test whether or not he could control the puppets. The stone pillar opened from the center, revealing a large number of hidden compartments. From top to bottom, there were a large number of puppet models. There were a large number of puppets here, many of which Lu Chun had never seen before. Occasionally, he would see some of them, but they were all difficult to deal with so far, such as extremely rare puppets like the rock trolls. Low-level puppets didn't seem to deserve to be there. Lu Chun had been looking for Su Yuan's model, but he couldn't find it even though he had searched the lower rows. Is it possible? Su Yuan and I are the best at cooperating. Alas, the third heaven is also stable. It's a pity that I haven't found the lower realm token for the fifth heaven. Otherwise, I would have gone back and brought Su Yuan back. Chapter 811. Finally, Lu Chun found a black mass of air with no fixed shape in the top few rows. Junior Originator, is that you? Lu Chun looked up at the puppet model. Junior Originator didn't have a specific shape. Its body was like this twisting black mass. There shouldn't be any other puppets that looked like this. In this case, Lu Chun tried to establish a connection with the model using psychic manipulation. At this moment, the model of Junior Originator, which was the black mass of air, suddenly opened its eyes. It even spoke. The voice didn't belong to Junior Originator. It sounded like some kind of machine without any emotion. Matched with a test subject puppet. Puppet is the source of innate spiritual chi. As soon as the model finished speaking, a cracking sound came from outside the stone pillar. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The sound was so familiar. Was the pillar going to crack again? The target puppet is too powerful. Trying to track the puppet's position. The puppet's position is more than 2,000 meters, more than 2,000 miles, more than one celestial realm. The puppet is now in the third celestial realm. Test result. Puppetry is a psychic manipulation. It perfectly matches the source of innate spiritual chi of a legendary puppet. The source of innate spiritual chi is gradually developing intelligence. Conclusion. Puppetry has reached the stage of giving life. Crack, 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 crack. The stone pillar began to close, but as it closed, cracks began to appear on the outside. Lucien looked on helplessly as the stone pillar cracked. He couldn't help but shake his head. Big brother, hold on. Don't crack. Please. With a boom, the stone pillar was broken into pieces. It seemed that it couldn't be put back together. Lucien was dumbfounded. He could understand why the Saint Lotus Sword Heart and the monster controlling stone pillar and the medicine master stone pillar were broken. But why was the puppet master stone pillar broken? He just used psychic manipulation, and the stone pillar was broken? Boss, I guess the stone pillar couldn't bear the exhaustion because of the cross-celestial realm tracking, so Louis comforted him. Lucien shook his head regretfully. Why did you track Junior Originator? It's in the third celestial realm. Why did you track it? Why didn't you ask me directly? I'll be damned. I'm falling apart. Very good. I tested 4 and broke 4. Lucien was no longer angry. Forget it. I can forget about the treasure. I just hope that the principal won't beat me to death when I get out. The test still had to be completed. As a talisman master, Lucien's Heavenly Might Chess array should still be safe. It was just a mystic great array. It was definitely not considered powerful in the fifth heaven. However, just as Lucien was about to use the Heavenly Might Chess array, the stone pillar suddenly reported an error. Please use the strongest formation you have mastered. This is my strongest array formation. Please use the demonic sky, soul-scorching formation in your strongest state, the stone pillar said directly. Lucien gasped. The demonic sky, scorching soul array was taught to him by the flame demon. The flame demon said that this array was very powerful. It was indeed powerful. This was a heaven-grade array. Moreover, it was special in that the power of the flames on the ground was linked to the user's strength. It had a certain growth potential. Although the demonic sky, soul-scorching formation was much more powerful than the Heavenly Might chess game. The Heavenly Might chess game was still more powerful when it came to trapping people. As long as it was set up, Lucien did not even need to do anything to trap the opponent inside. In addition, because the demonic sky, soul-scorching formation consumed a lot of spirit energy, it required a continuous supply of spirit energy. Lucien would definitely not use this kind of technique that consumed a lot of spirit energy for no reason, unless it was a group attack. It was to the point that he did not even remember the demonic sky, soul-scorching formation. However, even though he did not remember, the stone pillar knew. Before Lucien came, he was still quite confident. However, after being exposed, he could not help but feel apprehensive. Boss, it knows that you are still hiding an array. Lu Yi looked at Lucien sympathetically. This pillar can't be protected, right? Lucien took a deep breath. I haven't used the demonic sky, soul-scorching formation for a while. It shouldn't be that strong. But isn't that array linked to your attack? Don't you know how strong your attack is when you are in your strongest state? Forget it, I won't look anymore. I will go to the next stone pillar and wait for you. Lucien's temper dissipated after hearing Lu Yi's words. Looking at the stone pillar in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of sadness. This was the test that he was most confident in, but there was an accident. This test could not be more screwed up. 10 minutes later, Lucien arrived in front of the monk's stone pillar. Lu Yi looked back at the dejected Lucien and said indifferently, "Shattered." Lucien nodded helplessly. Sigh. Lu Yi did not know how to comfort her boss and could only let out a long sigh. Sigh. Lucien also let out a long sigh. This is the monks. Lu Yi looked at Lucien. Buddha saves all lives was taught to him by the mountain man. Who was the mountain man? He was just an itinerant immortal. Speaking of which, the only thing that Buddha saves all lives was afraid of was physical damage. This was unavoidable, but no other skills could restrain this move. This also showed the level of this move. Thinking of this, Lu Chun felt weak all over. During the test, the stone pillar let Lu Chun enter the virtual environment and simulate the soul-body fusion state while it turned into a long rod. Detecting abnormal attributes of the tester's soul-body fusion state. Adjusting the attack power according to the opponent's attributes. Exceeding the attack load. Exceeding the attack load. Forcing an attack. The result was self-evident. Buddha saves all lives directly locked his health and removed the negative status. After returning to reality, the stone pillar actually did not break. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Little Green, it didn't break. This one didn't break. I did it. Yes, boss. At least we left a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the stone pillar spoke again. Test results. Results. Abnormal. Please choose another skill to reevaluate. The stone pillar seemed to have malfunctioned as it stuttered while speaking. Abnormal test results? Other skills. Oh, I still have Buddha body transformation and Buddha body clone. Please show them. After Buddha body transformation, Lu Chun suddenly had 3 heads and 6 arms. Using Buddha body clone, he split his body into 3, and each clone was a real body. After demonstrating seriously, Lu Chun stared at the stone pillar nervously. Skill evaluation. Unable to search for this skill in the skill library. Suspected data malfunction. In this test, the data is abnormal many times. The program is chaotic and cannot be repaired. Initiating self-destruction program. Hey, wait. This stone pillar had a bad temper. After 2 tests, it had malfunctioned and self-destructed in a fit of anger. With a bang, Lu Chun collapsed. Lu Chun didn't know what to say. This stone pillar actually adjusted its attack according to the attributes of his battle soul. As it adjusted, it exceeded its upper limit. Boss, did it self-destruct? This time, it seems like there's no way to fix it. Lu Yi said faintly. Sigh. Lu Chun shook his head. The monk stone pillar also had a high chance. In the end, the stone pillar was stubborn and insisted on competing with his battle soul. In the end, it self-destructed. Boss, do you think we won't be able to get out if you destroy the stone pillar? Lu Yi suddenly asked. Lu Chun thought about it and felt that it wasn't impossible. I don't know. It's an array. Even if we can't get out, we should be able to break it. Let's take a look at the last 2 stone pillars. There were still 2 stone pillars left. First, it was the martial artist. The stone pillar actually asked Lu Chun to use his strongest martial artist close combat skill. Lu Chun almost cried. No way, don't be like this. I'll just do a rough test. Why are you so serious? The stone pillar persisted. Lu Chun had no choice but to activate the divine demon Lotus Heart, inner demon. With one move, the stone pillar disappeared. There was no suspense at all. Chapter 8:12. Standing in front of the last stone pillar, Lu Chun was already in despair. Elemental spiritual explosion. Intimidating 10,000 miles. Explosives experts were divided into 2 branches. Elemental Explosives Master and Psionic Explosives Master. Lu Chun only had one Explosives Master skill, Psionic Space Cannon. He trembled as he took out his psionic cannon. With a sad face, he looked at Lu Yi pitifully. Lu Yi couldn't bear to watch anymore. She turned her head. Sigh. What should come will come. The stone pillar required him to use the strongest attack, and it was the strongest attack again. Death was at hand. What was the point of looking at the strongest attack? God want me to die. Lu Chun cried sadly. Fire suppression. This time, he didn't use Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. 25 psionic space cannon blasted at the stone pillar. The stone pillar's energy was instantly replenished. Then, the stone pillar withstood 1 or 2 cannonballs and was directly blown to pieces. At this point, all 8 stone pillars were destroyed. Fortunately, what Lu Yi was worried about didn't happen. When they returned to the original point, they found that there was a portal here. Lu Chen hurriedly jumped out with Lu Yi. Back in front of the door, the 9 extreme universe array drawn on the door was beyond recognition. Lu Chen remembered what he had done just now. It was all displayed on the 9 extreme universe array on the door. In other words, the 2 stone pillars that he repaired should have been seen clearly by the principal. No one in the room spoke for a long time. Probably the principal didn't want to talk to him anymore. Lu Chen could only shake his head. That cough. Senior, I'm really sorry. After all, it's been too long. We all know that the array needs spiritual power to maintain. After such a long time, those pillars must have aged. I really didn't mean to destroy them. The other party still didn't speak. It seemed that the principal didn't want to talk to him at all. Forget it. After destroying your 9 extreme universe array, I'm embarrassed to ask for any more treasures. Senior, I'll take my leave first. Lu Chen reluctantly looked at the door and finally shook his head. He found a little golden carp and said, "Little guy, let's go. I have no fate with the treasures here." Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, the voice suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lu Chen was startled. Listening to his tone, the other party wouldn't want him to compensate, right? "Come back. I told you to come back. Don't you want the treasure?" At the mention of treasures, Lu Chen immediately became spirited, but considering that the other party might be trying to trick him, he hesitantly moved over. "There's still hope to get the treasure? You bastard, you actually passed all the tests of the 8 major professions with full marks. You really don't have a main class, because your 8 main classes are so strong that it's unbelievable." Lu Chen did not dare to interrupt. "Who the hell are you? My Heart Refinement Institute actually produced a genius like you. I really didn't expect this. I'm so happy." "Well, as long as you're happy." Lu Chen smiled apologetically. He always felt a little guilty for breaking someone else's things. Solipsistic, right? You really have the right to be arrogant. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other party seemed unusually excited. "Do you know who those carvings on the stone pillars are?" "I don't know," Lu Chen answered honestly. "Those are the people with the best results in the various professions in the history of the Heart Refinement Institute. Of course, now that thousands of years have passed, some of them might have fallen, but if they didn't, they would be the overlords of a region." Lu Chen nodded. Anyway, he didn't know who the overlords were. Even if he told him, he wouldn't know. "And you actually broke 8 records by yourself. Unbelievable. Since you entered Jiuqian, did you not choose a profession?" Lu Chen nodded. "I didn't choose one. I say, if you choose a profession from the start, then your future development will definitely follow the main profession's attribute requirements. This way, very few long-range fighters will be good at close combat, and those who use magic won't spend time learning how to fight. And it's precisely because you didn't choose a profession from the start that the further you go, the more limitless your possibilities are. By the way, are your current points distributed evenly?" Lu Chen nodded. "It's distributed evenly. I also want to increase 1 attribute to the maximum, but a few attributes are very important to me, so I can't just increase 1 or 2 attributes." "Yes, it must be like that. After all, you're an all-rounder." As the founder of the Heart Refinement Institute, this person was very enthusiastic when it came to adding points. He felt like a good teacher. Speaking of which, although all-rounders have limitless potential, for them in the early stages, the difficulty is 100 times higher than for ordinary people. And even in the later stages, if an all-rounder can't reach the peak in every field, then they will go from being the strongest to being the most mediocre. And you really seem to have reached the maximum. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed to be praised by the dean for so long, but he didn't care about this. Finally, he asked tentatively, "Then, old dean, my reward? Of course you can have it." Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and his whole body felt better. "But, Kwang, actually I didn't make it clear to you before." When Lu Chen heard this, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. During the War of Gods and Demons, the entire Heart Refinement Institute assisted the war gods of the 7 kingdoms to resist the enemy and became a thorn in the side of the magical beast army. Then it was destroyed. At that time, the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion were all destroyed, and only this hidden treasure pavilion was defended with my life. But first, the long war made our hidden treasure pavilion almost empty. At that time, we lowered the test threshold and tried to distribute the treasures. Second, we actually ordered people to transfer some important treasures. Third, at that time, the bottom floor of the hidden treasure pavilion was destroyed, and only this floor was left, so what? So, if I remember correctly, there's only one useless treasure left. No wonder you said that you can only take one treasure. So there's only one left? And it's the one left behind by so many people? Lucien didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dean, I came all the way here, and you're cheating me like this? It can't be considered cheating. It's a treasure. No matter how useless it is, it's still a treasure. Moreover, this treasure is useless to us, but to you, it's practically tailor-made for you. The old dean's voice was trembling. I even feel that the meaning of my life is perhaps to protect this treasure and let it find its true owner. Can you not make it sound so mysterious? You're raising my expectations. Lucien felt that the old dean was becoming more and more unreliable. Go in and take a look at the treasure first. Lucien shook his head and reluctantly walked to the stone door. With a gentle push, the door to the hidden treasure pavilion opened just like that. The inner chamber was actually only a small room. According to the dean, this seemed to be the top floor of the hidden treasure pavilion. Dean, shouldn't the top floor of the hidden treasure pavilion be the most important treasures? Why do you say that it's a useless treasure? You'll know when you see it. The hidden treasure pavilion wasn't large, but Lucien immediately saw a very familiar stone. Destiny Stone? Back then, it was the Destiny Stone that had helped Lucien choose the 3 transformations of demons and gods. It seemed that using the Destiny Stone to help students choose their rewards was a tradition of the Heart Tempering Institute. Yes, but it's already lost its vitality. The Destiny Stone had no luster. In front of the Destiny Stone was a metal box. This should be the treasure. Lucien walked over and opened the box. A black mist instantly surged out of the box and covered the entire room. Inside the box was a scroll. Remnant Scroll of the 9 Transformations of Demons and Gods, Volume 7. Seeing these words, Lucien felt his heart almost stop. Chapter 8:13. The 3 transformations of celestial demons came from the Heart Tempering Academy. Who would have thought that the 7th volume was also in the Heart Tempering Academy? Lucien began to wonder what kind of place the Heart Tempering Academy was. Although the 9 transformations of celestial demons remnant scroll was precious, without the first few volumes, the 7th volume would be useless to most people. Furthermore, there were very few people who could cultivate the 9 transformations of celestial demons. Even if the entire 9 transformations of celestial demons were placed in front of an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the 9 transformations of celestial demons. In that case, the remnant scroll was placed on the top floor of the Heart Tempering Academy's treasury, yet it was called the most useless treasure. It seemed to make sense. No matter what, the remnant scroll was too important to Lucien. It was something he had been searching for all this time. I've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Lucien's hands trembled as he held the scroll. It's not completely without effort. Do you think just anyone can pass the 9 extremes formations test? The principal said, it's a pity that my 9 extremes formation. Lucien suddenly felt a little embarrassed. That, principal, I'm really sorry. Forget it. It's been thousands of years, and it's been tested on too many academies. Today, its mission is complete, so it can rest well. The principal's voice sounded a little weary. That's right, Xiao Kuang. Speaking of which, since you're an all-rounder, your performance isn't that good. Lucien didn't quite understand the principal's words, so he quietly waited for him to continue. What? Do you think I'm wrong? Let's not talk about whether your situation is rare or not. Since you're an all-rounder, then let's say you're an all-rounder. You should have mastered the skills of all the professions, but you don't know the skills of profit. Even if your other profession skills are very strong, you still have a shortcoming. Therefore, you can't be considered an all-rounder. Lu Chen blinked. It seemed like there was no problem with that. Xiao Kuang, you've cultivated the number 1 forbidden technique of the Jiuqian, and you've even reached the 6 transformations of celestial demons. This means that you're someone who's insistent on your own ideas. So I'm guessing that you're not interested in the branch of prophets, right? Lu Chen nodded. I'm not interested. What about the other branch of the prophets? In other words, an elementalist? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, Elemental mages are very powerful in battle. I have a friend who is an ice mage. When I sparred with her, I could clearly feel the power of elemental mages. It's just that, senior, you're making it sound too easy. Those powerful skills aren't something that can be found everywhere. Besides, when I went to the Heavenly Lake to test my elemental affinity, it seemed to be some kind of elemental insulator. Elemental insulator? What element were you testing? Lightning element. If it's the lightning element test, there shouldn't be any problems. Could it be that you really are an elemental insulator? The voice fell into deep thought. This will be very detrimental to your future development. Lu Chen was indifferent. Actually, it's nothing. I'm not afraid of other people's elemental attacks. Why? That voice immediately asked. Lu Chen had a slip of the tongue. However, thinking that this remnant soul wouldn't harm him, Lu Chen decided to tell the truth. I have the Primal Chaos Elemental Attack. Primal Chaos Element. You said you have the Primal Chaos Elemental Attack type? How much can it convert? 100% conversion. 100% conversion. Oh my god. Wait, if it's 100% conversion, then that means your spirit pill. Little Kuang, what kind of spirit pill is your spirit pill? Lu Chen realized that the old principal's character of wanting to get to the bottom of things was really suitable for teaching theory. Hurry up and tell me. You don't have to worry that I'll tell others. Actually, when I activated the 9 Extremes Universe Array, I already used up the remaining spirit energy. I won't exist for much longer. I only have a few minutes left. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his heart tightened. Was Senior going to dissipate soon? He had guarded this remaining treasure pavilion for thousands of years. When he came back, he used up all his spirit energy to activate the 9 Extremes Universe Array. His mission was the same as the 9 Extremes Universe Array. If it wasn't for Senior, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the 7th scroll of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Although he didn't activate the 9 Extremes formation specifically for Lu Chen, perhaps he would activate the 9 Extremes formation for any other student of the Heart Refinement Institute. Perhaps this was fate. The person who came was Lu Chen. This also allowed these 2 strangers, who were separated by thousands of years, to have a close relationship. Even though he didn't know much about the founder of the Heart Refining Academy, Lu Chen seemed to be able to imagine such a person. An old man who put all his efforts into the Heart Refining Academy. Just as the Heart Refining Academy was developing and expanding, the demon beast suddenly invaded. He led the students and joined forces with the 7 countries to resist the demon invasion. On the eve of the final battle, he lowered the difficulty of the test and did his best to distribute the treasures he had collected throughout his life to the students. He only left behind this 9 Extremes Universe Array. In order to prevent it from falling into the hands of the demon beasts, he fought to the death to protect it and finally died. Before his death, he left behind a trace of his soul, waiting for a fated person to open the Ancient Heart Refining Academy's treasure pavilion in the future. He still remembered that when he heard Lu Chen mention the Heart Refining Academy, he was silent for a long time. Perhaps the founder of the Heart Refining Academy was once his disciple. After a short period of interaction, Lu Chen could feel that the old man must have been a respected expert when he was alive. He was a good teacher and helpful friend. Senior, I can transfer my spiritual energy to you, Lu Chen said. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the old principal was silent for a moment. Finally, his tone softened. Xiao Kuang, thank you for your kindness. I've waited here for thousands of years. Originally, I didn't even know what hope was. But today I received 2 pieces of great news. In today's Jiuqian, the Heart Refining Academy still exists. You're still using the badge I designed. Look at the design of the 2 hands holding up a planet on the badge. That's my design. Doesn't that mean hope? Also, I know that a genius has appeared in the Heart Refining Academy. Even in my era, he's a genius who could shine in all directions. Xiao Kuang, I'm glad that you're still alive. I'm grateful, but there's no reason for me to exist anymore. My mission has been completed, and my wish has been fulfilled. I have no regrets. No, I still have a small regret. Xiao Kuang, I still have a few minutes left. Maybe I can give you some guidance. Lu Chan felt that it was a pity, but the old principal didn't have much time left. It was better to fulfill his last wish. Senior, my spiritual pill is an ancient spiritual pill. When necessary, it can be converted into a chaos spiritual pill. Ancient spiritual pill. I've never heard of it, but I've heard of chaos spiritual pills. My guess was right. I know why you're an elemental insulator. Chapter 814. Xiao Kuang. Everything in the world is more or less related to the elements, so elemental insulators are extremely rare. I know of a few elemental insulators. All of them have extremely rare physiques. But you don't seem to be special. Lu Chen listened carefully. So when you said that you were an elemental insulator, I didn't believe it first, but now I understand. The reason why you're an elemental insulator is because of your spirit core. Your spirit core must have entered the state of chaos spirit core. The chaos element does not belong to any element, but it also belongs to any element. Simply put, all elements are separated from the chaos state. Once your spirit core enters the state of chaos spirit core, it will change the characteristics of your spirit core. So, you no longer have an individual affinity to any element. In other words, you are indeed an elemental insulator. However, on the other hand, you actually have an affinity to any element. So while you are an elemental insulator, you're also an elemental affinity person. I don't know if you understand this explanation. Lu Chen nodded. I understand, but is there any practical significance? Of course there is. With the help of some skills, you can change the spirit core's attribute to control the affinity to a certain element in order to pursue the ultimate affinity bonus. At the same time, you can also learn any elemental skills and spells. Lu Chen frowned. It sounded very powerful. How do I change it? This is just my inference. After all, I have never met a school like yours, but I am at least 70% sure that my inference is not wrong. As for how to change it, you have to figure out yourself. Xiao Kuang, I don't have much time, so I will make it short. I was an elemental mage when I was alive. While speaking, a scroll suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Although you aren't willing to take me as your master, you are still my student. I'm most proficient in fire attribute magic. This raging flames burning the heavens has a total of 3 layers: burning sea, burning star, and burning heaven. The cultivation threshold is fire affinity. In the past, I could only cultivate up to burning sea. Now, I'll give this cultivation method to you. Whether you can cultivate to the 2nd layer or even the 3rd layer of burning star will depend on your perception and luck. Lu Chen took the scroll. For the 1st level, the requirement for fire affinity was 200. Lu Chen didn't know what his affinity was, but according to the display, he couldn't learn it right now. When you learn this cultivation method, you'll be a true all-professional. Haha. To be able to create an all-professional school, the old principal was quite impressive. Thank you, Senior. Lu Chen temporarily put the raging flames burn the heavens. Xiao Kuang, this is the founding token of the Heart Refining Academy. I know you're not willing to be my disciple, but you have already received my inheritance, so you can be considered my student. I don't know if anyone else recognizes this token. Perhaps only those on the 9 extreme stone pillars still remember it. Although I have no real power, if the Heart Refining Academy goes against its original intention, I have the right to take back their names and badges. Lu Chen took the token that flew over. On the token were the words Empty Heart Refinement. Senior, is this your name? It is the name of my battle soul. Lu Chen nodded. No wonder it was called the Heart Refining Academy. It was named after the battle soul. Then what is the original intention of the Heart Refining Academy? It is on the back of the token. Lu Chen hurriedly flipped the token over. Indeed, there were a few words written on it. Hard work, tenacity, courage, kindness. Why did it feel like a school motto? This was probably the earliest school motto. However, Lu Chun still believed in the principle of kindness. It was rare to be able to maintain this principle in the Jiutian. Perhaps it was because of this that the heart-refining academy stood up when the demonic beasts invaded. He was right about the headmaster. All right, my mission is complete. I have no more regrets. Kwang, I hope you can reach the peak of martial arts. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to see you. See you never. Kong Lianxin's voice became fainter. Senior, wait. Lu Chun hurriedly said. Is there anything else? Senior, do you know where the 5 ancient spiritual veins are? 5 ancient spiritual veins? Let me think. It is indeed a long time ago. There's a sacred mountain. Yes, it is in the Eastern Peak Nation. This spiritual source is very close to the Heart Refining Academy. We are relying on this spiritual source. There is no mistake. Kong Lianxin's voice became fainter and fainter. I know about the sacred mountain. What about the other 4? Lu Chun hurriedly asked. There is one in the Baishur Nation. It is called Ink Pupil Grand Canyon. Yes, Ink Pupil Grand Canyon. Do you want to go there? It is very dangerous. There are 3 more. Senior, your voice is too soft. I can't hold on any longer. Kwang, goodbye. Finally, Kong Lianxin's voice disappeared. No matter how much Lu Chun called out, Kong Lianxin did not respond. Lu Chun let out a long sigh, feeling lost in his heart. Senior Kong, thank you for the inheritance. I didn't have the chance to thank you earlier. Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. Fate came and went quickly. He did not even have the chance to say goodbye to Kong Lianxin. In the end, Kong Lianxin told him about the location of a spiritual vein in the Baishur Nation's Ink Pupil Grand Canyon. Benefactor, he seems to have left. The little golden carp's head was still floating on the surface of the water. Lu Chun nodded. Yes, that is his remnant soul. He has used up all his spiritual energy and has dissipated. Benefactor, didn't he give you a scroll? Is a martial arts scroll? You can cultivate here. The spiritual energy here is very abundant. Moreover, no one will disturb you. It is very safe. The little golden carp should be talking about the raging flames burning the heavens. Lu Chun could not cultivate now, even though Kong Lianxin said that his chaos spiritual pill could theoretically convert any element. It could not be converted at will. It needed other skills as a medium. For example, Lu Chun could convert 100% of his attacks into lightning element. In fact, it was the effect of Shun Lu. He now needed a skill to convert the fire element. Only then could he slowly study it. However, Lu Chun could learn the 7th transformation here. All right then, I'll stay here and cultivate for a bit. Speaking of which, Lu Chun's opportunity this time was thanks to the little golden carp. Hey, little guy, I have something to ask you. Benefactor, please ask. How do you know that there are treasures in Autumn Water Lake? Oh, I accidentally found it when I was passing by. Accidentally found it? Lu Chun was about to collapse. Could this kind of place be accidentally found? Why didn't he encounter such a good thing? Some people said that its real name was Mysterious Gold Koi. It was indeed a koi. Following it would bring good luck. Its luck was different from Rhubarb's. Rhubarb was a treasure hunter. If the treasure was in a certain place, it could find it. But the little golden carp was different. It appeared in an unknown lake in the north of Lower King City. Then, a treasure appeared there. It appeared in Autumn Water Lake and accidentally found the ancient Heart Refining Courtyard's treasure vault. He felt that wherever it appeared, there would be treasures. Chapter 8:15. Little fella, are you interested in following me in the future? Lu Chun invited it without hesitation. The little golden carp seemed to be very excited. Its eyes were filled with anticipation, but also seemed to be in a difficult position. Benefactor, I also want to follow you, but that now is not the time. I still have a lot of things to do. Lu Chun saw that it seemed to have some difficulties, so he didn't force it. He released Little Furball. Lu Chun warned it not to have any ideas about the little golden carp. This fella had to be on guard at all times. If he didn't make it clear, whatever carp it was, it could be eaten alive. The little golden carp seemed to be a little afraid of little furball. It said to Lu Chun, "Benefactor, if you are done with your cultivation, call me. I will be beside you. When the time comes, I will bring you out." After saying that, the little golden carp turned its head and dived into the lake. Lu Chun looked at little furball helplessly. It must have scared the little golden carp away. "Little furball, help me look after it. I'll learn some skills." After instructing it, Lu Chun went to the treasury and opened the Book of God and Demon Remnant. Learn the 7th scroll. Lu Chun had already learned the first 6 scrolls. He could learn the 7th scroll in one go. After learning it, Lu Chun began to look at the skills in detail. God 7 and Demon 7 both strengthened God 6 and Demon 6. Their attributes increased by 100%. To Lu Chun, whose attributes were already very high, the increase in strength was quite obvious. After all, only the 3rd and 6th transformations of the 9 transformations of God and Demon would have powerful skills. Then, according to this inference, the strongest move of the 9 transformations of God and Demon should appear during the 9th transformation. However, other than the 100% increase in attributes or attack, the 7 transformations of God and Demon didn't have any active skills. In the description, Lu Chun found an important piece of information. When the celestial demon symbiosis is activated, you will inherit the attributes of the 7 God transformations and the 7 demon transformations. Under the celestial demon symbiosis state, you will be able to activate the 1st order celestial demon body. Celestial demon astral form. Movement speed increased by 400%. Speed displacement skills enjoy the same increase. 5 senses increased by 400%. User will not be targeted by any skills. Attack speed and skill release speed increased by 400%. User can lock on to celestial bodies of 9 professions that are ranked 2 and below. After locking on, the target will not be forced out of the celestial body state. During the duration of celestial demon astral form, the target will not be able to enter the celestial body state again. After obtaining the rank 1 divine demon star constitution, the number of attacks of the Holy Lotus Sword Heart, Calamity of God's Grace, and Purgatory of 10,000 demons have been doubled, and the number of times they can be used in reserve has been increased by 1. Cooldown reduced by 2 days. Duration, 8 seconds. Cooldown, 15 days. Collect more Divine Fiend sets to extend the duration and reduce the cooldown. Lu Chun looked at the description of the godly devil astral body and didn't react for a long time. Unfortunately, the 7 transformations of God and Demon didn't have any new active skills. However, the godly devil astral form had appeared. In fact, astral bodies had appeared in the various professions a long time ago. Lu Chun didn't know much about astral bodies. He only knew that it was one of the profession skills. Every profession's astral body had its own unique characteristics. Poison masters could turn into poisonous fog. Sword spirits could turn themselves into a part of sword aura, which was equivalent to virtualizing their own bodies. Spirit controllers could merge with their summoned spirits. In comparison, the godly devil astral form seemed much weaker. His movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed were increased by 4 times. It felt much worse compared to the godly devil astral form, which could disappear at any time. However, Lu Chun knew that the godly devil astral form was stronger than any of the profession's astral bodies. With his super high movement speed, normal people couldn't possibly catch up to him. Those special skills with lock-on effects, such as Sword Intent and Mark, couldn't lock onto the target either. This way, the effect was actually stronger than turning into poisonous fog. Poison Master's poisonous fog couldn't be easily discovered in a large area. After a sword spirit turned into sword aura, it could only move in the direction of the sword aura. The disadvantage of a spirit controller's astral body was also very obvious. When he merged with a spirit, although it strengthened the spirit, it was also bound to the spirit. However, the godly devil astral form was different. Lu Chun could move freely after activating the godly devil astral form. The most unreasonable thing about the godly devil astral form was that once it locked on to the target, the target would be forced out of the astral form state. A Stage 1 godly devil astral form directly suppressed a Stage 2 astral form. This was something that had never happened before. In addition, as long as he obtained the godly devil astral form, all 3 skills would be strengthened. The other 2 seemed to be skills from other godly devils. Lu Chun still didn't know what they were, but he knew about the sacred lotus sword heart. Right now, the sacred lotus sword heart was his strongest skill. Now his attack count had doubled, and his reserve count had increased to 4. At the same time, the cooldown had decreased by 2 days, and it could be recovered once every 15 days. Damn, I was still saying that I was envious of the astral bodies of other professions. Now it seems that no astral body is stronger than mine. Lu Chun was suddenly very excited. Too strong. The 7 transformations of the godly devil is too much for me. The godly devil symbiosis state doubles my attributes, and the sacred lotus sword heart doubles my attack speed. With the 2 stacks, the sacred lotus sword heart's damage is directly quadrupled. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Divine demon symbiosis was Lu Chun's strongest state when he didn't activate soul body as 1. The strengthening of divine demon symbiosis would make Lu Chun even stronger in the 5th celestial layer. The rewards this time were too great and had already exceeded his expectations. I wonder where the 8th and 9th volumes are. If I collect them all, what kind of effects will there be? I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, the clues of the 9 transformations of the godly devil were as confusing as the godly devil said. Until now, Lu Chun had not found any new clues. I'm afraid this kind of thing can't be forced. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Lu Chun calmed himself down and took out his old map from his backpack. White Lion Nation's Eye Valley should be there. Lu Chun used the search function and found the White Lion Nation. It was northwest of Dongyu Nation. In fact, it was not too far from Snow Mountain City, which was northwest of Dongyu Nation. Found it. There are also search results for the Magic Eye Valley. That's great. Before Lu Chun could finish his sentence, he saw the Magic Eye Valley displayed on the map and was stunned. There was indeed a Magic Eye Valley in the White Lion Nation. It was a huge valley that almost divided the White Lion Nation into 2. The valley was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. From a map, it looked like an eye. This was probably where the name Magic Eye came from. Damn, it can't be. It's so big. If I want to search, wouldn't I have to cross an entire country? The country here was bigger than a continent on Earth. Senior Kong, you told me the name of a place, but it's like you didn't say anything. Lu Chun said gloomily. Forget it. At least I know where Spirit Vein is. It's better than me wandering around like a headless fly. Lu Chun kept the map. Little Furball, get ready to go. Chapter 816. The little golden carp had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Lu Chun and the others come out, it took Lu Chun back to the shore. There were still magical beasts at the bottom of the lake, but with the little golden carp there, they did not attack Lu Chun. On the shore, the little golden carp looked at Lu Chun reluctantly. Benefactor, little Jean is leaving. You have to be careful when you are alone in the future. Lu Chun smiled, squatted down, and touched the little golden carp's head. You too. I hope we have a chance to meet again. Well, I will be careful. Benefactor, little Jean, is leaving go. The little golden carp suddenly disappeared. Lu Chun sighed. This guy is very special. Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Chun turned around and left. Wearing the soldier's uniform, Lu Chun smoothly passed the first roadblock. When he passed by the Spirit Stone mine, the corpses outside the mine had been cleaned up, leaving only a few soldiers nearby. The dark cave entrance looked a little creepy. Lu Chun quickened his pace. This time, the journey to the White Lion Kingdom was long. Lu Chun still felt that he should go to the Dongyu Kingdom first to buy some daily necessities. Monarch City had 4 city gates, and there was a line of words on each city gate. For example, the East Gate was open to people above Earth Cultivation, the North Gate was open to people above Grand Cultivator, the West Gate was open to cultivators above Grand Cultivator, and the South Gate was open to civilians. It was said that even people of different levels had to go through different gates, according to their own realm. Lu Chun chose the west gate to enter the kingdom. The kingdom was obviously different from Snow Mountain City or Lower King City. The streets were spacious and clean, and the buildings were very tasteful and neatly arranged. The specifications were many times higher than other small cities. Red bricks and black tiles. Not only did it have an ancient style, but it was also very tasteful. You could even see large buildings with 4 or 5 floors. There were often soldiers patrolling the streets. The pedestrians on the road were dressed in various fashions, and each of them had an extraordinary bearing. It's indeed the capital of Dongwon Nation. It's different from a small place. Luchun was like a country bumpkin entering a city. This feels a bit like the Forbidden City. There were no commoners among the people who could stay in the King City. If the locals were all experts, there would be no problem at all. Even the patrolling soldiers were at the great cultivator realm. It was easy to imagine what kind of people lived here. After entering the city through the west and south gates, the roads did not extend in all directions. Most of the areas were sealed off, and there were even more guards patrolling the area. It could be seen that cultivators were probably on the same level as commoners here. They were allowed to enter King City to trade, but their range of activity was very limited. However, Luchun wasn't here to stroll around. He was here to buy things. As long as he walked along the road, he would naturally reach the city center's trading area. At the trading point, commoners and practitioners would bring large amounts of magical beast materials and food ingredients. These were the main goods they could provide. They could only set up stalls on the ground to sell their goods. The shops on the other side were rented by some experts. As for what was sold inside, one would have to go in and take a look to know. Luchun bought some rare fresh ingredients in the grocery area. Some dry food was left on the road in case of an emergency. While strolling around, Luchun saw that some dragon hunters would take beast cores to the commercial area when they came to the trading area. It seemed that they were not allowed to sell beast cores. They could only sell them to the shops, and then the shops would sell them to others. Naked exploitation. Luchun shook his head and sighed. After buying the daily necessities, Luchun was ready to go to the shops. He was a cultivator after all, so he wasn't stopped for questioning. He went to a few shops. They were either selling medicinal herbs or elixirs, fashion, cultivation methods, and various materials. Why is there no equipment for sale in the 5th layer? They're all 4th layer items, and the price is so expensive. Luchun shook his head and went to the row of shops in front. Beast Core Specialization. Luchun glanced at the shop sign. There seemed to be a lot of people in the shop. When one was unfamiliar with the place, this kind of shop with a lot of people would usually be the first choice. It was either cheap or had rare items. Luchun thought for a moment. As long as he didn't encounter the royal family who were fighting for treasures in the royal city, especially the leader, he would be safe. Those people inside shouldn't be from the royal family. He would go in and take a look. There were many magical beast cores on display in the shop, from the 1st transformation to the 5th transformation. They were clearly divided according to their grades. Luchun had taken 7 5th transformation beast cores last time. His ancient bloodline didn't move at all, so he speculated that the 5th transformation beast cores had little effect on him. If he wanted to buy, he would have to buy something of a higher grade. There were at least 20 to 30 shop assistants in the shop, but they were all busy greeting others. Luchun looked for a long time, but no one came. When Luchun looked at their badges again, they were all at least grand cultivators. Even the shop assistants were grand cultivators. Were all the shops in the royal city so extravagant? Finally, a shop assistant came. That person was also a 3-star grand cultivator. He looked at Luchun's badge and frowned. 7-star wild cultivator? Yes. Do you have any higher grade beast cores here? The shop assistant couldn't help but look at him with contempt. His attitude wasn't as polite as the others. What transformation do you want? Is 3rd transformation enough? 6th to 8th transformation, Luchun said directly. 6th transformation. Kid, if you're here to broaden your horizons, don't waste my time. We have many big customers in our shop. I don't have time to play with you. Luchun frowned. Hey, you're opening a business. Those who come in are customers. How do you do business? That person was about to leave. Seeing Luchun's tough attitude, he sneered. What? You're not convinced? You're a 7-star cultivator. Do you think I can beat you to death when you step out of the shop? You want me to be polite to you? Please take a piss and take a look at your own virtue." Lu Chun was furious. But just as he was about to say something, a large group of people suddenly came in behind him. Seeing these people, the shop assistant, who was a cut above the rest, immediately went up to them and bowed. "Wu Wang, you're here. Do you want to buy or sell treasures this time?" The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a short beard. He had a strong body and wore a golden robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. He had an extraordinary aura. "I'll offer 26 transformation beast cores and 37 transformation beast cores. Let's see what price you're offering," Wu Wang said indifferently with his hands behind his back. "Oh, you want to sell treasures? Then please come to the inner room and have a cup of tea. I'll call our boss." "No need. I'm in a hurry. You can call your shopkeeper. I'll wait here," Wu Wang said in a tone that brooked no argument. "Okay, then please wait a moment. I'll be right back." With that, the shop assistant ran into the inner room. Lu Chun stole a glance at Wu Wang. This guy had his badge blocked, so Lu Chun couldn't see his cultivation level. However, he could see the cultivation levels of the people behind him. 2-star Emperor Cultivation. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Was Emperor Cultivation a level below Earth Cultivation? Based on his current attributes, and Earth Cultivation's attributes were probably over 100,000. In other words, their strength was not far from his battle soul strength. These levels were the highest that Lu Chun had ever seen, but it had nothing to do with what he wanted to buy. 26 transformation beast cores and 37 transformation beast cores had attracted so many people. A royal prince had come in person. Lu Chun reckoned that the price would definitely not be low. It was obviously not worth it for him to buy beast cores with a few million spirit stones. It was more practical to leave it for later. Thinking of this, Lu Chun decided to leave. At this moment, a young woman walked in through the door. "Father, what's taking you so long?" "It takes so long to sell beast cores, and you still have to accompany me to buy them." The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. She rushed in impatiently. When she raised her head, she happened to see Lu Chun walking out. The two of them looked at each other and were both stunned. The girl stared at Lu Chun while Lu Chun was dumbfounded. After a long time, Lu Chun frowned and said in surprise, "Miss, did you get the wrong person? I'm not your father. I can't have a daughter as old as you." "No, I didn't get it wrong." "Ah." Lu Chun's mind was full of question marks. The girl suddenly shouted, "Father, he's a solipsistic cultivator." During the treasure hunt, he was the only one who passed through the heaven-patching divine palm. Lu Chun turned around and saw Wu Wang turn around. "Oh." Wu Wang looked at Lu Chun with a smile that was not a smile. "Today's luck is not bad. Such a fat piece of meat actually delivered itself to your door." Chapter 817. 7-star Wild Cultivator. "That's right, it's you." The girl confirmed Lu Chun's identity once again. In the entire 5th heavenly layer, Lu Chun was probably the only 7-star cultivator who was still a wild man. Lu Chun never imagined that he would be recognized just as he was about to leave. The girl was probably one of the members of the Dong Yu Imperial family's team during the treasure hunt. Coincidentally, she saw through Lu Chun's identity. "I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the royal city." The Martial King couldn't believe it. He sneered and turned around. "Oomph. I heard you were very arrogant during the treasure hunt. You even dare to talk back to old Sheen. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now it seems that you're not arrogant, but stupid." The Martial King had reason to doubt Lu Chun's intelligence when he knew that there were people in the royal city who could recognize him. Lu Chun frowned slightly. He glanced at the girl. Speaking of which, according to her identity, she should be called Princess or something. "Miss, why do you have to do this?" Lu Chun shook his head. "Don't even think about running. Everyone knows that you have Nua's treasure. Hand it over, or I'll kill you." The girl looked lively, but she was very fierce. Every time she opened her mouth, she would kill. It probably had something to do with her identity. Lu Chun also knew that it was too late to say anything now. He had been seen in the royal city, and by a martial king at that. It wouldn't be easy for him to leave the Dongyu imperial city today. The martial king's subordinates quickly surrounded Lu Chun. They stared at him, waiting for the martial king's order. The shop assistant who went back to call the shopkeeper hurried to the front hall with an old man. When he saw the situation, he hurriedly ran over. "Martial King, did that person offend you?" After all, the old man was the boss here. He would feel the most heartache if someone attacked here. The shop assistant looked back and saw that the group of Martial King Manor experts were surrounding the kid from before. He was suspicious. How did that kid offend the Martial King Manor's people? However, he didn't need to know the reason. The current situation was very clear. The Martial Imperial Manor was going to make a move. The shop assistant's mind raced. If he could take down this person, then he would be able to protect his shop, and the shopkeeper would definitely look at him in a new light. Secondly, the Martial Imperial Manor's experts wouldn't even need to make a move, and the Martial Imperial Manor would have a good impression of him. That brat was only a 7-star cultivator. It would be easy for him, a 5-star cultivator, to take him down. Moreover, with his strength, he had the ability to fight those above his level. It was a good opportunity for him to display his strength in front of the various powerhouses. Who knows, he might be able to gain someone's appreciation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good thing with little capital and huge profits. After making up his mind, the clerk suddenly turned around and pounced at Lu Chun, who was standing at the entrance. "I've always found you an eyesore. You dared to provoke the Martial Imperial Manor. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of the Martial Imperial Manor's elders." Blink ambush. "Wild dog, looks like I'll kill you." Lu Chun was also shocked. Was this employee crazy? He doesn't even know that I participated in the treasure hunt. Why is he, a great cultivator, taking the lead when the elders are fighting? He's probably eager to perform meritorious deeds. For the sake of fame, he's blinded by greed. Seeing that my level is low, it's understandable that he wants to snatch the credit. Forget it. If it were any other employee, Lu Chun might have shown mercy. But it just had to be this guy. "You find me an eyesore? I find you an eyesore. You're just a snob." Lu Chun snorted coldly and grabbed with one hand. "I'm all ears." That person was originally charging at Lu Chun. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't dodge? Instead, he raised his hand, and his speed suddenly increased. Even he himself was shocked. In an instant, he was already in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. "Just now, you said that once we leave the store, you'll beat me to death?" Lu Chun sneered. "Sorry to tell you, but in my eyes, you're not even comparable to a dog." The pitch-black muzzle pressed against that person's forehead. "You don't be arrogant. Soul and body is one." That person entered the state of soul and body is one. He pressed down on Lu Chun's wrist and was about to hit back. "Soul and body as one can't save you." Lu Chun's eyes were cold. "If I fall into your hands, I don't know how I'll be killed. So don't blame me for taking your dog life." Godly demon symbiosis. With a boom, a strong spiritual energy erupted from Lu Chun's body. His entire body grew to more than 185 meters tall. His black hair was dyed with frost and turned white. His ordinary appearance instantly changed into a peerless face with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome face, long white hair, and a pair of calm and melancholy eyes. If it weren't for the pair of furry fox ears on top of Lu Chun's head, he would definitely be a rare handsome man. The princess standing beside Lu Chun was at the age where she was experiencing her first awakening of love. She was careless, and her eyes fell for him. During the treasure-seizing assembly, she wasn't strong enough and could only mix in with the group. From afar, she watched Lu Chun pass through the spiritual energy wall alone. His back was facing her, so she couldn't see his face clearly. But now that she was standing so close to Lu Chun, she was shocked to find out. This man was too handsome. Oh my God, so handsome. Lu Chun's gaze swept over to the princess and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, this world was indeed a world that looked at appearance. Were all women so superficial? In the next second, Lu Chun activated the spiritual energy space cannon. However, he also combined it with a triple door. Triple door. Spiritual energy space cannon. The spiritual energy space cannon was already difficult to lock onto. With the help of the triple door, it was even harder to dodge. The 5 shots hit the shop assistant without any accident. Liu Chun didn't even activate the weapon modification of the ferocious tiger descends the mountain and the triple barrel shot. He only fired 5 consecutive shots, and a series of spiritual energy space cannon blasted the shop assistant. Boom, 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 boom. The shop assistant definitely didn't expect this 7-star wild cultivator to be so strong. He was using the soul body unification technique to attack the main body. Moreover, he was a 5-star great cultivator and a 7-star great cultivator. Victory was in his hands. It didn't matter even if he was hit a few times. However, when the first spiritual energy space cannon blasted his body, the fierce attack made his mind go blank for a moment. This damage was caused by the main body of a 7-star great cultivator. If it was calculated using the combat value of a level 4, the current power of Liu Chen's spiritual energy space cannon was about 35 million damage without a critical hit. Even if there wasn't a critical hit, 5 shots would cause 160 million damage. However, with Liu Chen's bloodline level, it was impossible for him not to cause a critical hit. 5 shots of spiritual energy space cannon blasted out 500 million damage. A mere great cultivator's war soul was directly killed, and that person's physical body was also beaten to a state of near death. The shop assistant had already smashed through the wall of the shop. The ground beneath him was blasted into a huge pit that was 20 to 30 meters deep. He was lying in the deep pit. After the war soul died, he was forced out of the soul-body unification technique state. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the man from afar. No, impossible. This is impossible. He hasn't activated the soul-body unification technique. He's just a 7-star wild cultivator. Before he could finish speaking, he had already breathed his last. Chapter 8:18. Liu Chen had killed a soul-body fusion cultivator on the spot. The surrounding experts couldn't help but frown. Is this guy really a 7-star cultivator? He didn't activate soul-body fusion, which means he attacked with his real body. Occasionally, some people would suppress their cultivation level to hide their strength. However, cultivation levels were based on spiritual power values. As long as one's spiritual power reached a certain level, they would definitely level up. On the other hand, spiritual power also determined the upper limit of the 3 attributes. Therefore, suppressing one's level could only hide a limited amount of strength. Liu Chun was a realm lower than that person, yet he had killed his soul-body fusion cultivator with his real body. The gap between them was simply unbelievable. Even the monarch cultivators couldn't help but frown. King Wu stood in the distance and narrowed his eyes. He killed a 5-star cultivator so easily. His strength is too exaggerated. So, he must have obtained Nuwa's supreme treasure. For Azuras, you must take him down. King Wu shouted. Kid, Nuwa's supreme treasure isn't something someone like you can have. Liu Chun was speechless. His strength had always been like this, and it had little to do with Nuwa's supreme treasure. The primordial divine blood that Nuwa had given him was only one of the conditions for activating the ancient bloodline. Currently, the ancient bloodline hadn't even taken shape yet. It could only increase his attributes by 10%, which was completely negligible. The 4 Azuras were the 4 monarch cultivators under King Wu. They quickly stood in 4 directions around Liu Chun to prevent him from escaping. Kid, your strength is not bad. You can kill a soul-body fusion cultivator with your real body. Unfortunately, you met us. Fortunately, you're only a 7-star cultivator now. If we wait for you to grow, with your ability to surpass levels, we may not be able to subdue you when you reach 7-star earth cultivation. It's not easy to have such strength at such a young age. Unfortunately, too many geniuses have died at the hands of me, evil Marshal Azura. You're not the first. Liu Chen looked at the evil Marshal Azura indifferently. If you insist on fighting, I can guarantee that you won't have the chance in the future. The evil Marshal Azura snorted coldly. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength. This is King City. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. The shop was too small. As Lu Chen walked out, the other four followed closely behind, surrounding Lu Chen at all times. The princess quickly walked to her father's side. The king of Wu glanced at his daughter. The way this girl looked at solipsistic was obviously not right. Lu, this person has a precious treasure on him. I can't let him live. The princess nodded. Although that guy was indeed very handsome and made her heart flutter, in front of Nuwa's most precious treasure, being handsome was not enough to make a living. Father, I don't know what you're talking about. It's your business how you want to deal with it. King Wu smiled faintly. His daughter knew what was important and what was not. The four great Azuras under the martial king were evil martial, Buddhist martial, divine martial, and sky martial. They were all at the martial emperor realm. With these four taking action, it should not be difficult to take down the solipsistic. The key was time. This brat had Nuwa's most precious treasure on him. Now that he had appeared in the royal city, it would not be long before the other nobles and even that person from the Tian family arrived. He could naturally protect the treasure in his hands. However, if he could not take it by the time the others arrived, then it would be hard to say. Thinking of this, the martial king shouted, "Evil martial, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him and take the treasure." Seeing the people from the martial imperial manor making a move, the huge market quickly packed up the stalls and closed the doors. Countless people were watching the battle here. Who is that guy? He actually attracted the four great Azuras of the martial imperial manor to attack at the same time. Did you see that just now? That brat killed a 5-star great cultivator without using soul body as one. His strength should also be at the martial emperor realm. Only at the martial emperor realm can the body of an expert defeat soul body as one. What martial emperor realm? Didn't you see his badge? He's a 7-star great cultivator. This is unbelievable. No matter how strong he is, what kind of people are the four great Azuras? I'm afraid their ranking in the 5th heaven will not exceed 10,000. Being in the top 10,000 among hundreds of millions of people was already a top existence. I'm afraid you guys don't know that the most frightening thing about the four great Azuras is not their individual strength, but their teamwork. Even a top expert would have a headache if they saw the teamwork of these fellow disciples. An insider said. His words shocked the others even more. The four great Azuras were actually fellow disciples. 4 super experts in the top 10,000. When they joined forces, their strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the 4 great Azuras on the field activated soul body as one at the same time. The 4 great Azuras' bodies emitted mists of purple, black, red, and green. Their auras suddenly changed. Combined domain, Azura, purgatory field. Lu Chan frowned slightly. These 4 people's domains were a bit special. The Azura purgatory field actually had 4 attributes. After activating it together, no matter who was in the domain, they could enjoy the buffs of the other 3 domains. In other words, the domain's buffs were increased by 4 times. At the same time, Lu Chan was affected by a lot of negative statuses. Attack speed, movement speed decrease, attack, HP decrease, defense decrease, skill cooldown increase, damage over time. Just the negative statuses alone, Lu Chan was stacked more than 20 times. The evil martial Azura crossed his arms and pulled out 2 purple daggers. It's the king of hell's dagger. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. It's been a long time since I've seen a dagger out of its sheath. That kid is dead for sure. The king of hell's dagger is ranked 18th in the Eastern Peak country's divine weapon ranking. It's highly poisonous, and attacks have bleeding, serious injury, and poisoning effects. As long as you're hit, just the bleeding and poisoning effects alone can take your life in a short 10 seconds. It's that strong. Nonsense. Why else would it be called the king of hell's dagger? If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, no one will let you live until midnight. The 4 great Azura's weapons were each more ridiculous than the last. Evil Marshal took out the king of hell's dagger, while Buddhist martial took out a Buddhist scripture. This Buddhist scripture wasn't a skill scroll, but a Buddhist seal weapon. Buddhist seals didn't need weapons to attack, but the Dharma Golden Scripture could strengthen them. The Dharma Golden Scripture ranked 21st in the Eastern Peak Divine Weapon ranking. My God, this is the weapon of Buddhist seals' dreams. Divine Martial Sky, Raising Spear, ranked 26th. It's unstoppable, the overlord of weapons. No way, the Divine Martial Azura took out a weapon too. That's the Clear Sky Amber Sword set. There are 14 of them in total, the only one in the entire server ranked 10th in the Eastern Peak Divine Weapon ranking. I didn't think I'd see this set of divine weapons. The 4 great divine weapons were unsheathed at the same time, and the weapons of the surrounding low-level players all trembled, as if they were inferior in front of the king. None of the divine weapons in the 4 great Azura's hands were ordinary items. Speaking of which, these brothers were truly outstanding. Kid, aren't you very strong? In front of the 4 of us, I'm afraid you don't even have the confidence to take out your weapon. Evil Marshal looked at Lu Chun arrogantly. Lu Chun's expression was calm as he raised one hand. Wuji, someone said you didn't dare to show your face. Do you think you should take back your face? Chapter 819. Lu Chun could feel the resentment of the infinite celestial and demon sword. Lu Chun smiled. All right, I know you're hungry. Come on out. As Lu Chun slowly raised his hand, a black and white longsword slowly appeared inch by inch from void space. If the king of Hell's Dagger, Bodhidharma's Golden Sutra, Divine Martial Sky Raising Spear, and Clear Sky Amber Sword were the kings of weapons, then this black and white sword that had never appeared in any of the god weapon lists was the king of weapons. One side of the infinite celestial and demon sword was black, while the other side was silver. 2 different kinds of fog surrounded the sword. The black and white fog floated, but the 2 were clearly separated. When this unknown longsword stood in front of Lu Chun, the 4 great divine weapons emitted a buzzing sound almost at the same time, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Azura's wrist was trembling. The 4 of them looked at the sword in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of weapon is that? I've never seen it before. Azura Tianwu's Clear Sky Amber Sword had a total of 14 swords, each of which was extremely powerful. However, when this sword appeared, the 13 sub-swords involuntarily moved closer to the main sword. Azura Tianwu frowned. He had never seen the Amber Sword react like this before. What a powerful aura. Even the Clear Sky Amber Sword reacted like it's facing a great enemy. It's involuntarily retreating to defend. King Wu's expression turned serious. He had clearly felt his own weapon resonating with the sword. He would only use his weapon when fighting against powerful demonic beasts. Other than a few of his trusted aides, very few people had seen it before. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had retired after accomplishing something. However, just now, the Heaven Battling Tower had reacted so strongly. Although the Heaven Battling Tower was not a god weapon and did not have a weapon spirit, it had been with him for many years. He could feel the excitement of the Heaven Battling Tower, as if it had met a powerful opponent. That kid's weapon is not inferior to my Heaven Battling Tower. It might even be better. King Wu squinted his eyes. The Countess beside Lone Tyrant sucked in a breath of cold air. Lone Tyrant's weapon was actually this powerful? Father, your Heaven Battling Tower is in the top 3, but even the top 2 weapons would only be on par with the Heaven Battling Tower. If that black and white longsword is stronger than the Heaven Battling Tower, then wouldn't it be? King Wu stared fixedly at the white-haired man. It seems that even if he doesn't have Nuwa's supreme treasure on him, it's definitely not a loss for him to keep this sword. Lu Chun looked at the limitless sword and smiled. This guy seemed to be a little angry today. The pressure he was emitting was stronger than usual. It seemed that he was angered by the evil Marshal Azura's words. All right, Wuji, I'll help you get back at him. Lu Chun raised his head and looked at the 4 Azuras who were glaring at him. Finally, his gaze fell on King Wu, who was not far away. Then, Lu Chun said indifferently, "You can live for another 5 seconds." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings almost exploded. What did he say? He just said to the four Azuras and King Wu that they can only live for 5 seconds? Damn, I've never heard such arrogant words in my life. The four Azuras and King Wu are all Emperor-level cultivators. He wants to kill them in seconds? Dream on. He's arrogant just because he has a powerful weapon? Besides, King Wu doesn't even plan to make a move now. How can he kill them in 5 seconds? King Wu was also shocked. Before he could refute, Lu Chun had already made his move. Chaos element conversion. Lu Chun grabbed the sword's hilt with one hand. In an instant, the black and white fog completely merged and turned into chaos. Gods and demons coexisted. There was no difference between gods and demons. Black and white were two colors, so why should they be so distinct? At this time, all the negative states on Lu Chen's body were cleared. Chaos spiritual pills were not affected by other domains. Battle god possession, demon transformation, death trap, dragon blood boiling, 3 lives reincarnation. When facing an expert, Lu Chen's opening moves had become standard. He narrowed his eyes slightly, allowing his white hair to billow in the surging spiritual energy. His eyes were so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. Do you really want me to make the first move? You have 4 seconds left. The current Lu Chun and the person who had just entered the Beast Pill store were like two different people. You four, don't underestimate him. After all, he is the only one who can get close to Nuos Remit Soul. King Wu spoke from behind. Lions and tigers use all their strength to catch a rabbit. You can't be careless. However, what surprised everyone was that King Wu did not look down on Lu Chen this time. Instead, the four Azuras took him seriously. The four Azuras had followed King Wu for many years and firmly believed in his judgment. At this time, they did not care about the fact that he was a 7-star wild cultivator. They did not enter the soul-body unification state. Their gazes turned serious. Solipsistic, you're really arrogant. How dare you be disrespectful to King Wu? I will take your head in 5 seconds. 2-star Poison Master, Astral Form. Evil Marshal was the first to activate the Astral Form technique. The other 3 also entered the Astral Form state. King Wu nodded in satisfaction. Snatching the treasure from millions of people, killing a 5-star great cultivator without entering the soul-body unification state, and holding a divine weapon. This solipsistic was indeed something. Even though King Wu's bloodline rarely fought with others, they often hunted high-level demonic beasts. They had even hunted a 7-transformation demonic beast before. Even 8 tails was only 8 transformation. It was clear that their strength was not to be underestimated. In many battles, King Wu and the 4 Azuras had experienced hundreds of battles. When they were serious, their battle strength would soar. Medicine Master Astral Form, Imperial Sword Astral Form, Martial Path Astral Form, and Buddhist Seal Astral Form. These 4 astral forms are not easy to deal with. Even if they don't attack, you won't be able to touch them. I want to see how you solipsistic will kill my martial Imperial Manners generals in 5 seconds. King Wu glared at solipsistic. Facing King Wu's question, Lu Chen didn't answer. 3 seconds left. He slowly lowered his head and took a deep breath. He didn't expect to be able to use the technique he just learned so soon. Interesting, even he was a little excited. In fact, when Lu Chen said that he could kill 5 people in 5 seconds, he was hoping that they would use the astral form. If they didn't use the astral form, how could they display the dominance of the divine demon astral form? Divine demon, astral form. With a boom, the spirit energy around Lu Chen exploded. Immediately after, Lu Chen's eyes turned blood red. His imposing body suddenly became blurry. Even though he didn't move at all, in the eyes of others, he looked like an unstable image. Divine demon astral form? What kind of astral form is that? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. I've never heard of this astral form. Look at his figure. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I can't lock onto him. His astral form didn't fuse with any skills or moves. but people can't see it clearly? Chapter 820. Godly Demon Astral Body. Attack speed, movement speed, skill release speed increased by 400%. Five senses increased by 400%, and the user cannot be targeted by any skills. At this moment, Lu Chun clearly felt that the world in his eyes had changed. The fine dust in the wind seemed to have slowed down several times, and the people around him seemed to have entered slow motion. Every frown and smile on their faces, and every movement of their bodies was several times slower. Spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy was more clearly perceived. The astral bodies of the four Asuras were no longer undetectable. Heavenly Eye. Lu Chun activated his heavenly eye at the same time. This time, the four Asuras had nowhere to hide. After being observed by him, the astral bodies of the four Asuras underwent drastic changes. Originally, their astral bodies were fused with the surrounding spiritual energy and were operating smoothly. But suddenly, the spiritual energy around them became restless. Was this the perception ability of the godly demon astral body? Even Lu Chun was shocked. As for the four Asuras, just as the solipsistic astral body entered, they suddenly felt a strong repulsive force. The surrounding spiritual energy was forcing them out of their astral bodies. A moment later, the four of them appeared at the same time and looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Why did my Imperial Sword astral body fail? This situation has never happened before. Even when we encountered the 7 magical beast generals, they were so powerful, but they couldn't force us out of our astral bodies. Lu Chun understood one thing at this moment. Sometimes when the astral body was attacked, it would be forced out of its astral body. The root cause was that the user's fusion with the surrounding spiritual energy was disrupted. The godly demon astral body used this method to directly disrupt the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the opponent to be unable to enter the astral body state. Although the principle was simple, just by locking onto the opponent, it could directly disrupt the surrounding spiritual energy for one's own use. This in itself was the most terrifying effect. 2 more seconds. Lu Chun suddenly spoke very quickly. After all, no matter what he did now, he would be 4 times faster than others. He didn't know if the others understood. Even if they didn't, it didn't matter because Lu Chun had already made his move. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. The current Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was no longer just 1080 swords. 2,160 swords. Under the effects of the godly devil astral body, Lu Chun's attacks were even faster than before, to the point where they could not be seen clearly. The sword move was executed in a single breath. In a single second, 2,000 sword chis had appeared before the 4 of them in the blink of an eye. This speed had already surpassed the reaction time of humans, so much so that the 4 martial emperors were unable to dodge in time. So fast. Sword Light Buddha Protection. Spiritual Energy Shield. The 4 of them activated their shields. However, Lu Chun simply did not need to continue watching. He had already determined that these 4 people could not possibly block the Saint Sword Lotus Heart. Rapid movement. In the next moment, his figure moved. Before the first wave of sword chi even hit the 4 great Asuras, he was already standing in front of King Wu. King Wu couldn't believe his eyes. This guy's speed was unimaginably terrifying. It was faster than the sword chi. No, it was faster than the eyes. Relying on his many years of battle experience, King Wu subconsciously activated Soul Body as 1. However, just as he activated Soul Body as 1, a cold sword had already touched his throat. Lu Chun had one hand behind his back and the godly devil limitless sword in his right hand. The tip of the sword was pressed against King Wu's throat. Suddenly, there was the sound of a large amount of spiritual energy exploding behind him. Facing the sacred Lotus Sword Heart, the 4 great Asuras were already on the verge of death. Each of them had to face more than 500 swords. What skill is this? Why is the damage so high? My shield. When the shield shattered, The next fierce attack had just begun. The remaining few hundred swords were like wild beasts charging towards the four great Azuras. What surprised Liu Chun was that based on the rate of their war souls' HP loss, their war souls' HP should be around 1.8 or 1.9 billion. One had to know that Liu Chen's physique of 2 million plus various buffs only had a little more than 100 million HP. How could these people's war souls have so much HP? Liu Chun was suspicious. However, Liu Chun quickly remembered. The key was the combined domain, Infernal Azura Field. The four domains seemed to have the effect of increasing one's HP. When the four effects were stacked, it became extremely terrifying. Each domain increased one's HP by one-fold. For domains meant 16 times. Since their main bodies could cultivate to the Earth cultivation realm, it meant that they had been in the fifth heavenly layer for several decades, or even longer. The fortuitous opportunities in the fifth heavenly layer would not be lesser than any other heavenly layer. On the contrary, the fortuitous opportunities in the fifth heavenly layer were more and more terrifying. These people were the four great Azuras of the mighty God Martial Imperial Mansion. They had endless resources and opportunities at their fingertips. After a long period of accumulation, it was understandable that their war souls were stronger than others. In addition to the Infernal Azura Field's perverse bonus, it created such a terrifying amount of HP. However, against the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart, 500 million HP was nothing. Moreover, each of them had to face several hundred swords. Without a war soul with 10 billion HP, it was impossible to resist. Several screams came from behind. The four great Azuras were killed by the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. In the last second, Liu Chen's sword stopped at King Wu's throat. You have one more second. Liu Chun looked coldly at King Wu. At this time, other than shock, there was no other reaction in King Wu's eyes. Solipsistic said that he had 5 seconds, but in reality, it was not even 3 seconds. When the four great Azuras were killed, Huang Xiaolong had already taken control of his own life and death. How can you be so fast? Your astral body, what exactly is... King Wu stuttered in fear. Don't kill my father. The princess was crying at the side. Liu Chen's gaze swept over the princess, who was crying like a person. But in her heart, she did not dare to hope that the solipsistic would be merciful. The scene of how the shop assistant died was still vivid in her mind. The solipsistic did not give her a chance at all. That was just a passerby who had no enmity with him. Yet he could be so ruthless. What's more, her father and the others wanted to snatch the solipsistic's treasures. How could he be merciful? He had already said that he would kill the 5 of them. If he really stopped, wouldn't he be going back on his words? The scene suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. The people did not have time to marvel at the solipsistic's terrifying strength. Now, everyone's eyes were fixed on the infinite divinity and demon sword. Would he stab down with this sword? However, at the last second, Liu Chun put down his sword. Liu Chun shook his head. Although you want to kill me and steal my treasures, you are still considered honorable. Consider it as me going back on my words. I won't kill you today. King Wu could not believe his ears. This guy actually did not attack. Liu Chun also did as he said. He put down his sword, turned around, and walked out of the trading market. Wait, you really won't kill us? If you didn't have the strength, perhaps we would have already killed you, and your treasures would have been taken away by us. You're just going to leave like this? Perhaps for King Wu, living like this was actually a disgrace. Liu Chun looked back at King Wu in astonishment and could not help but snort. You really said what I wanted to say. If it was any other time, I would have already killed you. But now, Liu Chun sighed. You have the strength to hunt 7th rank magical beasts. Perhaps you will be of some use in the future. King Wu was completely confused. He did not understand what the solipsistic meant. The reason why he survived was because he hunted 7th rank magical beasts? Useful in the future? What did he mean? All right, tell your daughter to stop crying. Also, quickly drag your 4 subordinates back to save them. Remember, don't provoke rogue cultivators in the future. After saying that, Lu Chun disappeared in a flash. There were thousands of people around, but none of them could catch up with his figure. Chapter 821. Not long after Lu Chun left, a large number of experts arrived and saw the mess. King Wu was scared out of his wits. No one knew if the four Azuras were dead or alive. The nobles had just arrived, but they had to face such a shocking result. What's going on? How could the four Azuras, a beauty in a white silk robe, flashed and landed in the field? In terms of appearance, there was a hint of heroic spirit between her brows, but it didn't hide her devastatingly beautiful face. She had both the gentleness of a woman and the valiance of a warrior. Between her actions, there was a hint of the majesty of a ruler. When this person appeared, the nobles who arrived all bowed, but she waved her hand, indicating that they didn't need to do so. She walked in front of King Wu and looked strangely at the silent King Wu. This guy actually didn't greet her when he saw her. It was her business whether or not others had to greet her, but it was the etiquette of a subject. Ahem. She coughed slightly, reminding King Wu not to forget the etiquette. King Wu recovered from his shock. Seeing the person in front of him, he quickly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. If Lu Chun was here, he would probably be shocked. The ruler of the Eastern Peak Country was actually a woman? However, it wasn't impossible. Zhou didn't care about gender. Only strength was respected. The constitution of a woman was slightly weaker than a man, but it was only in the early stage. In terms of numbers, there was only a difference of a few points. Now that she had leveled up, the difference could be ignored. In this way, there was almost no difference between men and women. If a woman was talented, there was no reason for her to lose to a man. It was only natural that a woman would be the ruler of the Eastern Peak Country. The person who came was the current ruler of the Eastern Peak Country, Kong Luoyao, known as the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor frowned and shook her head. She rarely saw King Wu so distracted. Looking at the scene, the four Azuras were dying. It was obvious that the martial imperial manor had been defeated. She was different from others. Someone had already reported to her that the solipsistic had appeared in the imperial city, so she could roughly guess what had happened. Get up. That solipsistic is so strong? The martial king was a bit absent-minded. His eyes didn't meet hers as he said blankly, yes, he's very strong. He didn't use soul body as one, but he still insta-killed the four Azuras. In 3 seconds, he killed 4 people and captured me. I didn't even have time to react. The Jade Emperor's expression did not change. You've underestimated him. This is not your style. You're right, said the Jade Emperor. I didn't underestimate them. After fighting demonic beasts for a long time, everyone in the martial imperial manor knows that they can't underestimate their opponents in a battle of life and death. The 4 great Azuras opened their celestial bodies, but after that person opened his celestial body, he directly caused Evil Marshal and the others to lose their celestial bodies. Oh, there was actually such a thing? What celestial body does he have? Jade Emperor asked. I've never heard of his astral body before. It's the godly devil astral body. He didn't rely on any skills and used it directly. After using it, not only did the 4 Azura celestial body lose its effect, but his speed also increased greatly. He was so fast that we couldn't even lock onto his figure. Within 5 seconds, within 3 seconds, he killed the 4 Azuras and captured me. The Jade Emperor narrowed her eyes. He defeated 5 great Emperor cultivators in 3 seconds. That's right. His strength is not below yours. The Jade Emperor nodded. Perhaps he obtained Yua's supreme treasure and increased his strength. However, the martial imperial manor wanted to kill and steal the treasure. Since he won, why didn't he kill all of you? I don't know, but in the end he said that the martial imperial manor often hunted demonic beasts and that it might be useful in the future. So he let us go. I guess he valued our experience in fighting demonic beasts. However, this is only my guess. I lost because I didn't understand what he meant. The Jade Emperor's brows furrowed even tighter. What was this solipsistic man trying to do? During this period of time, The Eastern Peak Nation and even the entire Fifth Heaven seemed to be in turmoil. Nuwa's supreme treasure, the attack on the spirit veins, and the appearance of a powerful expert. All these signs seemed to be confirming the prophecy of the Imperial Oracle. Natural phenomena and tribulations are coming, and fortune and misfortune will come at random. The path of the stars is full of confusion and no way out. The Jade Emperor murmured, repeating the prophecy of the Imperial Oracle. Interestingly, the last sentence of the prophecy gave people a feeling of ambiguity. Did it mean that there was no way out or a chance of survival? It was hard to tell. Has that extremely ominous prophecy started to come true one by one? The Jade Emperor suddenly looked up at the Martial King and asked anxiously, "Where did that man go?" The Martial King didn't know what to do. "I don't know. He was too fast. I didn't have time to activate my divine eyes." The Jade Emperor looked back at the city gate. She knew that the solipsistic man was at the cultivation master realm. It was very likely that he went back the way he came, which meant that he might have left from the west gate. You know about the divination of the gods. That man is in the middle of the prophecy. Perhaps he is related to the divination. I will leave for a while. You and King will take care of the court. The Jade Emperor's figure flashed and disappeared. The Martial King looked ahead blankly. Is the Jade Emperor going to take action personally? She hasn't taken action personally for more than 100 years. Even she's going to take action. The Martial King frowned. The fifth layer of heaven is really going to change. Lu Chun had already left King City. He was now walking on the official road towards the west. It was too boring to travel alone. Lu Chun brought along Rhubarb, Furry, Little Green, and Xiaomin. With more companions, he wouldn't feel so lonely. "Boss, did I see wrongly? You didn't kill the Martial King and the others?" Xiaomin jumped up and down. It was rare for her to come out, so she was naturally the happiest. Lu Yi said with a smile, "I guess Boss thinks that if the Devil Beast Sovereign leads the Devil Beast army to sweep through the fifth layer of heaven again, these experts might be of some use. But they don't look like good people," Xiaomin said with a little unconvinced. Lu Chun smiled faintly. "Is the ice god a good person?" Xiaomin was stunned. When the ice god died, hundreds of thousands of people were buried with him. At least he wasn't a benevolent ruler. The strength of the Devil Beast Sovereign is really hard for me to imagine. After this rebirth, it has been accumulating strength in secret. When it reaches adulthood, it will be very terrifying. The words that the Eight Tails said before it died. "I don't think it's that simple," Lu Chun said. "If the Devil Beast Sovereign invades again, even if I can deal with the Devil Beast Sovereign, what about the other Devil Beasts? The strength of the seventh or eighth transformation is very terrifying for ordinary people. The Martial King and the others make money by hunting Devil Beasts. They may have more experience than ordinary experts. When the Devil Beast Sovereign invades, even if he is greedy and unscrupulous, he is still a prince. When the time comes, they are likely to become the backbone of the defense of the Dongyu country. If sparing their lives can save tens of thousands or even more civilians, then what's the harm in letting them go?" After Lu Chen's explanation, Xiao Min understood Lu Chen's intention. It turns out that Boss is still thinking about those civilians. "Boss, why did you release such a terrible thing as soon as you came to the fifth layer of heaven?" Lu Chan said helplessly. "I also didn't want to. This matter is not my fault. It's Rhubarb's." Rhubarb looked up at Lu Chun. "Woof, woof, woof. Didn't you ask me to find the treasure? Can't I find the spirit vein?" The little furball hugged Rhubarb's neck and squeaked to help Rhubarb. Lu Chun looked at the two little guys with a smile. "When did the relationship between the two of you become so good?" "Rhubarb, don't forget that the little furball still wants to eat your 9 Revolutions golden chrome mirror." Lu Yi shook her head and looked at these guys. "Your relationship is so complicated." Chapter 822. Lu Chen's celestial devil astral body took 15 days to recover. With such a big thing happening in King City, it was better for him to leave as soon as possible. According to the route, Lu Chan planned his itinerary. This way, I can pass through 7 cities and resupply on the way. I can also take on some commission missions to earn some cash coupons. Speaking of cash coupons, Lu Chun had a headache. It was indeed inconvenient to be an unaffiliated cultivator. There was no fixed income for cash coupons. The surroundings of King City were not safe, so Lu Chun sped up. 2 days later, Lu Chun arrived at the first transit city and took on the task of escorting a caravan. The reward was not high. The caravan found a total of 5 cultivators. After escorting them to the nearest city, each person would be given 300 cash coupons. It was not much, but the price of goods in the Dongyu Nation was indeed tight. 3 spirit vein mines had been destroyed and stopped mining, causing the cash coupons to be extremely scarce. 3 days later, the escort mission was completed. Lu Chun took on another escort mission in the same city and went to the next city. 10 days later, Lu Chun arrived at Jinan City. His next stop was Snow Mountain City. By the way, Shui, and Granduncle are near Snow Mountain City. I don't know if I will have a chance to meet them after leaving Dongyu Nation. I should go and see them. This time, Lu Chun gave up on accepting missions and went to the Snow Mountain region alone. The further northwest he went, the colder the weather became. The previous Snow Mountain had been destroyed, and the road was impassable. However, the surrounding mountains were still covered in snow all year round. When he entered the Snow Mountain region, it was a field of white snow. After a day's journey, Lu Chun saw that it was getting late. He set up a bonfire under a rock and prepared to camp. Little Green and Xiao Min were ghost pets after all. When Lu Chun did not use his fighting soul, they could only come out for a short while. Only Furball and Rhubarb had their own bodies and could accompany Lu Chun all the time. These 2 guys were playing around in the snow. Lu Chun was too lazy to care about them. He was busy cooking dinner. Lu Chun and Rhubarb were probably tired of eating grilled fish every day. In the previous city, Lu Chun had also bought some meat. At this time, he took out a snow rabbit, processed it, and skewered it on a branch to barbecue. Barbecue without seasoning was soulless. Lu Chun naturally wouldn't treat himself unfairly. Oil, cumin, chili, and some salt. I feel that if I go back and open a barbecue restaurant, even Old Sue's barbecue restaurant won't have as good a business as mine. Lu Chun took a deep breath, and a rich aroma wafted into his nose. Rhubarb was no longer playing around with Furball. It stood beside Lu Chun and stared at the barbecue with eager eyes. It was so anxious that it was about to cry. Don't worry, the heat isn't right yet. Let's barbecue for a while more so that the flavor will enter. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Take a bite, TSK, that taste. Lu Chun said as he swallowed his saliva. Oh, I still have some Chunliang wine. At this moment, Big Yellow suddenly realized something and barked as it looked at the night sky in the distance. Lu Chun raised his head and saw a woman in white walking over. It's so late at night. Where did such a beauty come from in the wilderness? Lu Chun suddenly frowned. Of course, in the Jiuqian wilderness, Lu Chun instinctively increased his vigilance when meeting strangers. The woman walked over, and her gaze stopped on Lu Chun for a few seconds. No one knew what she was thinking. Miss you. Lu Chun found that this woman had a badge on her chest, but it was covered with a layer of fog. It seemed to be the effect of some kind of rune, which made him unable to see the other party's cultivation level. Miss, is there something you need? The woman's slightly vigilant gaze seemed to relax. What did you call me? Lu Chun was a little confused. Was it wrong for him to call her Miss? What else should he call her? You didn't tell me your name. If I don't call you Miss, you didn't tell me your name. That person frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, it seemed to make sense. Interesting. Hey, what level of cooking master are you? The woman asked. 9 stars. What's wrong? Nothing. The rabbit meat you roasted seems to be very fragrant. It's different from the other 9-star cooking masters I know. The woman's gaze finally moved away from Lu Chun and fell on the roasted meat. Oh, I added some barbecue seasonings from my hometown. It's different from the usual recipes. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was attracted by his roasted meat. Hey, you can't be thinking about my roasted meat, right? Lu Chun said. Rhubarb can eat at least 2/3 of it. There's no share for you here. The woman looked at the rhubarb dog beside Lu Chun with surprise. He actually warned me in order to leave food for a dog. This guy really is guts. The aroma of the roasted meat had already spread. That tempting smell made people unable to help but swallow their saliva. Speaking of which, I really haven't walked around alone for a long time. Usually, I'll leave the trivial matters to others to do. In order to track this guy, she hadn't eaten a full meal for several days. Coming to the Great Snow Mountain, the temperature plummeted, and people became hungry quickly. In addition, this guy's roasted meat was really tempting. The woman really couldn't help it. Why don't I just rob him? Goo goo goo. The woman's stomach failed to live up to her expectations and growled. After Lu Chun and the woman discovered it at the same time, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Are you hungry to this extent? Finally, Lu Chun sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'm not very hungry. You guys eat. Come on. Lu Chun cut a piece of thigh meat and handed it to the woman. Looking at the rest of the rabbit meat, he gave it all to Rhubarb with a heartache. The woman took the branch and gently took a bite. Suddenly, a strange taste spread on the tip of her tongue. With a bite, the delicious meat filled her taste buds. This kind of satisfying feeling made people forget to leave. In a state of hunger, ordinary food is a delicacy, not to mention such a unique delicacy. The woman widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Delicious. After saying that, she couldn't wait to take another bite. Lu Chun smiled. Look at you being so impatient. Eat slowly. Rhubarb's side was absolutely sweeping away the food. Seeing this, even the little fur ball was greedy. This guy who didn't like dead things actually forcefully snatched a piece of meat from Rhubarb to taste it. The three guys were eating, one uglier than the other. Lu Chun was really hungry and helplessly took out another fish to roast. Look at your table manners. I originally said I wouldn't eat. However, after the fish was roasted, the woman finished eating the rabbit leg and looked at Lu Chun eagerly. No way, you're still not full? The woman eagerly nodded. I've been hungry for several days. Forget it. I'll give it to you. Is that wine you're drinking? The woman was still not satisfied with the roasted fish. Her gaze fell on the wine glass in Lu Chun's hand. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Lu Chun tactfully handed the wine glass to the woman. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking to their fill, Rhubarb and the little fur ball fell asleep. Lu Chun looked at the woman. You're still not leaving? The woman wiped her mouth, her face slightly red. Her pair of sparkling eyes looked at Lu Chun and her voice was slightly drunk. I'm a little scared in the snow mountain alone. Can I go with you? Chapter 823. Lu Chun did not directly agree. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and his gaze fell on the woman's chest. In fact, it fell on her badge. What? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Seeing that Lu Chun did not seem to be ready to agree, the woman looked at Lu Chun with a smile. Lu Chun smiled. You don't say I am a little scared. I have seen so many people, and some people hide their badges, but your method of hiding is different from them. Usually, who would hide their rank? Either they have a special identity, or they're a supermaster. Judging from your method, no matter what your identity is, your strength should not be weak. Lu Chun put away his various spices and said, I think your outfit is not ordinary. In this wilderness, a beautiful woman like you is traveling alone and deliberately hiding your identity. You should not be simple. You are full and have the strength to walk. You should go. I will not keep you. The woman listened to Lu Chun's analysis with interest and did not panic. I didn't expect your mind to be so clear. If I'm not clear, I am afraid I would have died long ago. Lu Chun lightly said, Well, even if I hide something from you, but I can guarantee that I'm not a bad person. Ouch, my head hurts. The alcohol is coming up. With that, the woman staggered and then directly fell to the ground. He really did not expect that she would use this trick. Lu Chun's face collapsed. Sure enough, it was useless to reason with a woman. In Jiutian, you can also pick up corpses. Lu Chun glanced at the woman lying in the snow. This woman was really beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and it looked soft and tender in the snow. Should I leave her here? Lu Chun wanted to leave several times, but in the end, he gave up. Chunliang wine was a famous good wine in Donghua country. The wine was mellow and went down the throat, but the alcohol was really strong. It was the same as drinking too much, and getting drunk was the same. This woman drank no less than him. He was dizzy, so she should be the same. If she was left here alone, she might freeze to death. After thinking for a while, Lu Chun stood up shakily and dragged the woman onto his animal skin blanket. He covered her with the blanket and added some firewood to the bonfire. Then, he took out a spare blanket and leaned against the rock wall to rest. Furball, Rhubarb, stop messing around. It's time to rest. Rhubarb curled up beside Lu Chun and transformed. The little fur ball burrowed into Lu Chun's clothes and gradually fell asleep. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the sky had already darkened. Lu Chun hurriedly shook his head to clear his head. The fire on the pile of firewood was much smaller, but the woman was still lying there, sleeping soundly. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He stuffed the little fur ball in his arms into Rhubarb's arms and got up to boil water. It didn't take long for Rhubarb to wake up. This guy seemed to have endless energy. When he woke up the little fur ball, and the two went to the side to meditate on the 9 revolutions golden chrome mirror. When Lu Chun was done, he glanced at the woman and found that her eyes were open. She was lying on her side with one hand supporting her head, looking at him in a daze. She had been in a high position for many years. Every day, she lived in luxury and was admired by thousands of people. But now, she spent a simple night with this man in the snow. The sky was dim, and the man was busy boiling water while she was lying in a warm bed. Was this the life of an ordinary person? It was simple and plain, but it had a different flavor. What was more interesting was that the person who spent the night with her was the solipsistic man she had been tracking, the guy who got the treasure and injured the martial king. You're awake? Lu Chun brought some hot water over. Drink some hot water to wake up your head. When the woman was lying on her side, her long hair was scattered. Lu Chun glanced at her and was stunned. This woman lying on the bed like this, it was too easy to let one's imagination run wild. What are you looking at? The woman looked at Lu Chun strangely with a pair of big eyes. It seemed that no one dared to stare at her like this for a long time. But now she didn't want to pursue it. Nothing. Lu Chun turned his head and looked at the fire. The woman smiled and sat up. She held the hot water and drank 2 mouthfuls. Turn around. I'll change my clothes. I can't wear the same set of clothes every day, right? Lu Chun knew that women like to buy clothes. After all, he had a sister. But the problem was that this was the 5th layer of heaven. If she wanted to change, she had to change her equipment or clothes. He only had 3 sets of clothes. One of them was a couple set that he hadn't worn yet. As for the other 2 sets, he mostly wore lonely shadow fishing. Occasionally, he would wear wild blood sword god during battle. But this woman seemed to wear 1 set every day. How extravagant was this? However, this was someone else's business after all. Lu Chun didn't ask much and turned around. Tell me when you're done. A soft sound came from behind him. Lu Chun felt very conflicted. This guy was drunk last night. So be it. Now that he was sober, he wouldn't sneak attack him, right? At this moment, Rhubarb ran back. It wasn't afraid of being scolded at all. It stared straight at the woman, changing her clothes. With Rhubarb watching, Lu Chun felt relieved. He didn't know if Rhubarb did it on purpose, but the 9 revolutions golden chrome mirror fell in front of Lu Chun. For Lu Chun, this mirror was a blurry bronze mirror. Now, there was a graceful figure swaying in the mirror. The point was that the woman was really changing her clothes. She took off the spinning shawl, took off the coat, and took off the inner lining. Chapter 824. The woman's last sentence convinced Lu Chun. He had been in the Dongyu Nation for a long time and was somewhat familiar with it. However, he was about to go to the Baishur Nation, and he would be unfamiliar with the place. Moreover, this woman was really pleasing to the eye. Lu Chun wasn't really afraid that she would eat him up. At most, he would just keep it to himself. Hey, I'm going to another nation. Are you sure you want to follow me? Lu Chun said. The woman smiled. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Oh, don't keep calling me Hey. I have a name. I'm Luo Yao. I'm nameless. Luo Yao laughed in her heart. This guy dared to come to the Dongyu kingdom, and he actually knew not to say that he was solipsistic. The two ate some food and went to the village where Shuer was. In the evening of the same day, the two of them arrived at this unknown small village. Qin Qiuxue and Taishu were already waiting for Lu Chun at the village entrance. However, Lu Chun was followed by a woman in blue. Taishu Shui. Lu Chun saw the two and was in a good mood. He greeted them from afar. Taishu and Shui couldn't help but look at the woman behind him. However, when they saw the woman's appearance, their eyes were filled with shock. How could it be her? The great emperor of the Eastern Mountain was known to many immortal cultivators who knew of the Jade Emperor. Although no one had seen his lineup, the Jade Emperor had left behind many combat projection stones. They were the most sought-after combat projection stones on the market and were compulsory for many sections. Taishu and Shui had been wandering outside for many years and could be considered knowledgeable. How could they not know about the Jade Emperor? Nameless was actually the empress of the Dongyu nation, Kong Luo Yao. From afar, Luo Yao quietly made a gesture to Taishu and Shui to keep quiet. Although the two didn't know the reason, they could only follow the Jade Emperor's instructions and try not to appear too shocked. Lu Chun had already arrived in front of the two. Taishu Shui, how are you doing here? Not long after, Luo Yao also came over. Nameless brother, these two are your friends? Nameless brother. The Jade Emperor actually called Lu Chun Nameless brother. This frightened the Grand Elder and Shui. Lu Chun didn't find anything unusual and said, Yes, they're my few friends in the fifth heaven. Senior uncle, Shui, this is Miss Luo Yao. I met her in the Snow Mountain and we traveled together. Nameless, how could you bring just anyone? The Grand Elder hesitated. The Jade Emperor's strength was the ceiling of the Eastern Peak Nation. Even in the fifth heaven, she was a top-notch existence. Although Shui had a close relationship with the Ice God and he was the guardian of the Ice God's heart, that relationship had disappeared after the previous incident. The two of them were now ordinary people. Most importantly, the Jade Empress didn't want Nameless to know her identity. Could there be some unknown reason behind this? They couldn't help but worry about Lu Chun. After all, Luo Yao was experienced in dealing with people. She could see their concerns at a glance. She smiled warmly and said, Although Nameless brother and I only met by chance, Nameless brother took care of me and helped me get out of the Snow Mountain. For 2 months, I will keep him safe. This sentence was meant for the Grand Uncle and Shui. She was promising them that within 2 months, not only would she not hurt Lu Chun, but she would also ensure his safety. In exchange, she hoped that they would keep this a secret. Shui suddenly said, What about 2 months later? Luo Yao smiled slightly. We are only companions for a short time, not immortal companions. How can I protect him for a lifetime? But I can be sure that Luo Yao will never hurt Nameless brother. Shui didn't understand the meaning of Luo Yao's words. She wanted to say something, but the Grand Elder understood that Luo Yao wouldn't hurt Nameless brother. But when Lu Chun knew that she was the Jade Emperor, then there was no guarantee. It was a guarantee, but also a threat. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched. Even if it was for Nameless brother's safety, it seemed that they could only choose to remain silent. He hurriedly pulled Shui and secretly winked at her, telling her not to pursue the matter. He turned to Lu Chun and smiled. Come and sit at home. Aside from the Jade Emperor, the Grand Elder and Shui hadn't seen Lu Chun for a long time. They had already prepared the ingredients. Today, Shui personally cooked and made a table full of dishes for Lu Chun. During the meal, Lu Chun and the others chatted and laughed, toasting each other. Luo Yao, on the other hand, was ignored. However, she also had her own things to do. She lowered her head and ate. The Grand Elder couldn't stand it anymore. How could the Jade Emperor, the East Mountain Sovereign, eat like this? That, Yao. Miss Yao, eat slowly. There are still dishes. Lu Chun smiled. Don't worry about her. Grand Elder. She hasn't had a full meal for several days. Luo Yao took the time to look up and said, "You guys just talk about old times. Don't worry about me." This guy didn't regard himself as an outsider at all. During the meal, Lu Chen also said that he was going to the White Lion Nation soon. Although the Grand Elder had traveled extensively in his early years, he only knew a little about the White Lion Nation situation. Nameless, there aren't many people in the White Lion Nation. Most of them are from other races. You also know the strength of the other races. They are much stronger than humans. Lu Chen nodded. That doesn't matter. Anyway, I can roughly know their strength by looking at their cultivation level. Besides, I'm not going there to fight. That's not it, the Grand Elder suddenly said. Let's put it this way. You should know that the strength of spiritual power is definitely the upper limit of the third dimension. However, due to different body structures, the same amount of spiritual power, for example, a human's upper limit of 3 dimensions is 3 times of spiritual power, but a monster's physique is 18 times of spiritual power, while a heavenly devil's strength is 20 times of spiritual power. And some races, the upper limit of 3 dimensions is far beyond that of humans. When Lu Chun heard this, he was surprised that there was such a thing. The human race entered the Jiuqian from the first heaven, while some races entered from the second heaven, the third heaven, or even the fourth heaven directly. This is because their war souls inherited part of their physical strength, which is far beyond that of the human race. And at the 5th heaven, this advantage is even more obvious. They are born with an advantage in the battle of the body. Lu Chen frowned slightly. In the previous few heavens, he had already felt the contempt of the other races for the human race. The strength of the other races was indeed stronger. The 5th heaven focused more on the body. The war souls that the human race had painstakingly cultivated could only fight for an hour at most. Therefore, the 5th heaven was actually a serious weakening for the human race. However, the other races might be eager to fight with their body because their body was very strong. The human race can only rely on skills and accumulation to compete with them, the Grand Elder said. Lu Chen nodded. I understand, Grand Elder. I will be careful when the time comes. Sai, I know you are not an impulsive person. I am afraid that if you don't cause trouble, they will provoke you. The other races have despised the human race for a long time. The human race in the Dongyue country is not a big deal, but in other countries, you have to be extra low-key. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Grand Elder, I've always been low-key. This inadvertent sentence made Luo Yao, who was gorging on the side, spit out a mouthful of wine. Low-key? Are you sure you were low-key? Granduncle looked at Luo Yao and said seriously, Miss Luo Yao, I hope you can fulfill your promise. With you around, John Doe's safety should not be a problem. But if anything happens to him on the way, although my strength is weak, I will definitely ask you for an explanation. Luo Yao wiped her mouth and looked at the Grand Elder indifferently. I will naturally keep my promise. For 2 months, I will guarantee his safety. Lu Chen looked at Luo Yao in surprise. This girl was getting more and more mysterious. But her words seemed to be a little too full. She didn't even know what she was going to do. Chapter 825. In the evening, the granduncle arranged for Lu Chun and Luo Yao to stay in the guest house next door. The snow-covered village looked especially peaceful under the starry sky. Lu Chen sat on the dome roof and looked at the igloo that was lit by fire and extinguished one by one. It was snowing quietly. Snowflakes fell quietly from the sky. Tomorrow morning, there would be piles of snow in front of each house. Lu Chen leaned on Rhubarb. Rhubarb, if I ever retire, living here will be a kind of enjoyment. Footsteps came from behind. Lu Chen looked back. It was Shui-er. Shui-er sat beside Lu Chen. She had been busy for a long time and didn't have time to chat with Lu Chen. Nameless brother, the grand uncle and I will leave this place in spring. Shui-er suddenly said. You're leaving? Lu Chen looked at Shui-er in surprise. In the snowy night, under the hazy starlight, Shui-er's side profile was so perfect that it seemed unreal. Shui-er lowered her head and smiled helplessly. The current me has nothing to do with the ice god, but I'm still a native of the fifth heaven. I've seen too many of the natives' tragic experiences. At that time, I was the vessel of the ice god's heart and couldn't do anything. But now, I can truly live for once. I will become stronger for them. Lu Chun was quite gratified. Perhaps this was his original intention for saving Shui. Live for yourself. Lu Chun smiled. Shui, I believe you will become very strong in the future. Nameless brother, you must be careful when you go to the White Lion Nation. Also, that friend of yours. Although I don't know her purpose, you must be careful. She's not an ordinary person. Lu Chun smiled. I've already seen some things from your and the grand uncle's reactions during the day. Since you didn't say anything, you must have your reasons. Don't worry. Sometimes, after being separated for so long, there's a lot to say, but when they really met, they didn't know what to say. But for true friends, even if the two of them didn't speak and just looked up at the starry sky, they still wouldn't feel awkward. Unknowingly, perhaps because Shui was tired, she leaned her head on Lu Chun's shoulder. Lu Chun turned his head to look at Shui, smiled gently, and then continued to look at the stars. Not far away, Luo Yao looked at the two silhouettes under the starry sky in a daze. The closer she got to the prey, the more she realized that this solipsistic was different from what she had imagined. Was he really the person who defeated the 5 experts of the martial imperial manor in 3 seconds? If he hadn't seen the battle with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to tell. He could play with the children in the village and chat with the mortals who were worthless in his eyes about their boring daily lives. The Grand Elder and Shui, one was an earth cultivator and the other was a grand cultivator. They were at such a low level, but he seemed to be friends with them for many years. Solipsistic, I really can't see through you. The next morning, Lu Chun didn't say goodbye to the Grand Elder and Shui and set off with Luo Yao. In 2 days, they would cross the border of the Dongyu Nation and enter the Baisher Nation. Luo Shui had changed into another set of clothes today. She was wearing a pink magician's robe, sexy with a hint of playfulness. This woman could really wear any kind of style. Aren't you going to say goodbye to your friends? Already said goodbye to them yesterday. There's no need to say goodbye in person. Lu Chun didn't slow down his pace. What are you going to the Baisher Nation for? To look for something? Lu Chun said ambiguously. Luo Yao also knew that he wouldn't tell her everything, so she didn't ask in detail and changed the topic. Nameless, do you know about the recent prophecies about the 5th heaven? I'm not interested in those things. Lu Chun said directly. Many of the oracle's prophecies will come true. Why don't you believe them? Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh. There was once an oracle who said that I would die, and then I killed her. If she was so good at prophecy, why didn't she guess that she would die? Luo Shui almost vomited blood. This guy was ruthless. He killed an oracle directly? Although the oracles couldn't be fought, every country treated them like treasures. Yet, this guy killed the oracles just because he didn't like what he said. Actually, oracles can't see their own fate, Luo Yao said. Lu Chun thought for a moment. He didn't think of this possibility at first, but then he shook his head. He had seen the Earth 14 years later, and in that Earth he was trapped in the Whirlpool world. However, he had now come out of the Whirlpool world. If such an ending could be changed, what was the point of prophecy? I have the final say in my fate. No one else can predict my future. Luo Yao frowned slightly. You have quite a personality. Then, do you know about the recent attack on the Dongyu Nation's spirit veins? Speaking of this question, Lu Chun couldn't help but slow down a little. What do you know? Luo Yao shook her head. The culprit acted too quickly. From the attack to the spirit veins being robbed, it took less than 10 minutes. So I speculated that this was definitely not done by humans. Only demonic beasts can do it. They will shatter people and spirit stones, mix them into a liquid and swallow them, and use them to increase their strength. Lu Chun looked at Luo Yao in surprise. Her conclusion was the same as his. However, Luo Yao thought that it was a group of demonic beasts acting together, and Lu Chun knew more about it. He now speculated that this matter was most likely done by demonic beast sovereign alone. Now that all the spirit stone mines in the Dongyu Nation are sealed, I guess those unknown demonic beasts might go to other countries, Luo Yao said. Lu Chen didn't express his opinion on this. In his opinion, it didn't matter which country it went to. Anyway, that guy was growing rapidly in this terrifying way. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to stop its growth in time. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he would have to face in the future. By the way, do you know about the 5 ancient spirit veins? Since this woman was not simple, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to inquire about it. That's too old. A great war broke out thousands of years ago. Many ancient books were destroyed in that catastrophe. It's very difficult for people to get information about the ancient spirit veins from ancient books, Luo Yao said. Unless it's an old monster that has lived for thousands of years. Who knows? Those spirit veins have already disappeared. Why are you asking about this? Lu Chen smiled. History has always been my favorite subject. The two of them chatted perfunctorily. These 2 days were not boring at all. 2 days later, Lu Chen and Luo Yao finally crossed the border of the Dongyu Nation and entered the Baishur Nation. On the east side of the Baishur Nation were dwarves, beasts, elves, and some other races that had a good relationship with the human race. Along the way, they often saw caravans of these races coming and going between the two nations to sell goods. That's strange. These races shouldn't be weak. Why didn't they seize control of the nation? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. It's a matter of habit. Luo Yao answered casually. The human race has few strong masters, so they prefer to build up their own forces. These races prefer to work together in small groups. In fact, this is also the reason why the human race is allied with these races. If they encounter a stronger and more united race, the human race won't be able to hold their own for long. Oh, by the way, when I said united, of course, I'm talking about the surface. You know, people like to do things behind the scenes. Luo Yao seemed to have a lot to say about this. We've arrived at the Baishur Nation. The border is still okay. If you go deeper, you'd better keep a low profile. Luo Shui reminded him again, especially if you encounter the Night Stalker tribe. They have a tradition of hunting humans. Chapter 826. The nocturnal ghosts were a very special race. They were born with spiritual bodies. It was said that the growth of their spiritual power was terrifying, and spiritual power was the most important attribute of the body. Having an advantage in this aspect meant that the nocturnal ghosts had the most unique advantage in cultivation. Because they didn't have a physical body, they would hunt other races and occupy their bodies. Because of this, the nocturnal ghosts couldn't be identified during the day. In theory, any race you met could be a nocturnal ghost. Then why do they like to hunt humans? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Humans are considered the weakest race, but the heavens seem to feel that this is too unfair to a race. So in the aesthetics of all races, humans are strangely considered to be the most perfect. Luo Yao seemed to be talking about something funny. The nocturnal ghosts are lustful. With a good appearance, it's easy to seduce those lecherous dwarves. What was the use of being good-looking if they were weak? The human race had one of the most useless advantages. Moreover, in the eyes of other races, humans are trash unless they are top-notch experts. This makes it easier for the nocturnal ghosts to hide. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Then how do you distinguish them? It's hard to tell. If you have to talk about a technique, then if you meet someone of the opposite sex, no matter what race they are, and they keep trying to seduce you, you can consider whether or not they're a nocturnal ghost. Lu Chen frowned. Doesn't that mean I can't have any romantic encounters in the Baishur Nation? Romantic encounters? Luo Yao rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. You still want to have romantic encounters? You blockhead. Even if one is placed in front of you, you won't be able to grasp it. Let's go. Aren't you going to the Magic Eye Grand Canyon? It'll take another 2 days. Passing by a few small towns, Lu Chen rushed into a shop and asked about the situation of the cash withdrawal tickets. Human kid, other than the Spirit Vein Mine, the cash withdrawal tickets have long been out of stock. Everyone keeps them in their pockets. Where else can you find them? The dwarf boss said. Lu Chen was extremely depressed. Right now, only the Eastern Peak Nation's Spirit Vein Mine had been attacked. However, all the other nations had been wary of danger and had restricted the business of cashing in. The various powers were also like this and had tightly sealed their pockets. Forget it. It seems that it will be difficult to get the cash withdrawal coupons in the short term. Boss, do you have a map of the Magic Eye Canyon? Magic Eye Canyon? Where are you going? That place hasn't been peaceful recently. Lu Chun immediately became alert. What's going on there? The shop owner still took out an electronic map, 20 spirit stones. The Magic Eye Canyon has always been inhabited by powerful magical beasts. This isn't a rare occurrence. After all, the Magic Eye Canyon stretches for thousands of kilometers. Moreover, it has always been active in the center of the canyon. It's not easy to encounter it. However, that fellow seems to have been particularly active recently. Judging from the attacks on the caravans in the past 2 months, its range of activity actually spans the entire Magic Eye Canyon. It seems to have become a little restless. Last time, someone said that it seems to have evolved into the 9th transformation stage. That's not the main point. The main point is that someone said that there's an even more terrifying fellow in the canyon. A few days ago, in broad daylight, the canyon covered the sky and an incomparably huge shadow passed by. No one knows what it is or whether it's in the canyon. In short, if you want to go to the canyon, it's best if you buy this. With that, the shop owner took out a crystal bead. What is this? Night Pearl. It can illuminate at night. It's said that the 9 transformation fellow doesn't like light. Perhaps it can save your life. 180 spirit stones, the lowest price in town. Including the map, it's 20 spirit stones in total. Deal! Lu Chun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The total price was 200 spirit stones, but he had cut it down to 20 spirit stones. The shop owner actually agreed so quickly. It seemed that he had been cheated again. Before leaving, the shop owner didn't forget to remind him, "You have to keep an eye on your woman. Your woman is so beautiful. There must be many people who have their eyes on her, especially the Night Stalker tribe." Lu Chun glanced at Luo Yao, who was looking around. This fellow actually didn't explain anything. After leaving the shop, the two of them headed straight for the canyon. At the entrance of the canyon, a large number of people gathered. There were trade caravans, White Lion Nation's army, travelers, and tens of thousands of people from various races. They had even formed a temporary camp. Lu Chun was rather surprised. He didn't see so many people in the small towns he passed by before. Why were there so many people gathered here? 500 people from Tiger King City. Minimum 5-star Earth cultivation level. Let's go once everyone is here. There are still 4 days of full moon. Hurry up. 200 people from the regular White Lion Army. Head toward Prairie Fire City. Find a regular White Lion Army and travel together. Head to Prairie Fire City in 3 days. Speed up if you want to go together. Are there any solo experts? Trade caravans will hire experts at a high price to escort us. 3-star Earth cultivation level and above. There are also 200 spots available. Pay with spirit stones. See for yourself the remuneration. This was different from the commission missions in Southtown City. Many people were actually just forming teams to travel. There was no remuneration for this. Only trade caravans would spend money to hire bodyguards. Moreover, Lu Chun noticed that the requirements for these helpers were very high. Those who were Earth cultivation level and above would need at least 500 people in a team. Large teams could even have up to 1,000 people. He checked the map that he had just bought. Their destination wasn't too far away. It would only take 2 or 3 days to travel. There was almost no further. Lu Chun speculated that these people wouldn't just go to the few nearby cities. It was possible that they were advancing in segments. They would first go to the next place with more people and then continue their journey. However, there was one thing that Lu Chun didn't understand. They seemed to want to reach their destination on the night of the full moon. They seemed to be in a hurry. What's wrong with the night of the full moon? Lu Chun asked Luo Yao curiously. On the night of the full moon in Magic Eye Valley, the Magic Eye opens and the demon appears. Luo Yao said, "You don't even know this, and you still dare to come to Magic Eye Valley? Is it the magical beast that the dwarf boss mentioned before?" No, Luo Yao knew this like the back of her hand. The boss should be talking about one of the 7 magical beast generals living in the valley, the 8-eyed demon. If what the boss said is true, Then it has evolved to the ninth refinement stage and opened its last eye, which is the nine-eyed demon. That thing is not to be trifled with. As for the demon appearing, I don't know what it is exactly. However, I've heard of a legend. There was once an army of 500,000 from the White Lion Kingdom, relying on their strength, marched through the Demon Eye Valley on a full moon night. However, the next day, they found piles of bones in the Demon Eye Valley. There was no lack of high-star Emperor cultivation among the 500,000 soldiers. None of them were spared. Luchin couldn't help but frown. The night of the full moon in Magic Eye Valley was a little scary. However, Luchin's goal was to thoroughly explore Magic Eye Valley. If he didn't see the Magic Eye Valley on the night of the full moon, it wouldn't be a thorough exploration. He might even miss out on some important information. Suddenly, Luchin looked at Luo Yao meaningfully. Cough, cough, didn't you say that you would protect me for 2 months? The Jade Emperor's heart suddenly tightened. Why did she feel like she had fallen into a trap? Chapter 827. Hey, beautiful lady. A male elemental elf ran towards Luo Yao from a short distance away. Luo Yao turned around and frowned slightly. She said coldly, "Get lost." Luchin suddenly realized that Luo Yao's attitude towards him was already quite good. As for others, she did not even give them a chance to speak. They greeted her politely, but she directly said, "Get lost." How bad was her temper? Looking at the elf's badge carefully, he was also an earth cultivation expert. That male elemental elf did not get angry. Instead, he apologized. "I'm really sorry, senior. Please forgive my rudeness." Luchin's eyes almost popped out. Was this the difference between people? Why was he so polite when Luo Yao scolded him and directly changed to calling her senior? And the people he met were all blind people. "Senior, may I ask if you're a 5-star emperor?" "Oh, I'm talking about the Yellow Emperor's emperor. After all, only 5-star emperor and above can use spirit energy to cover their badge." Luo Yao was the Jade Empress. Naturally, not just anyone could strike up a conversation with her. However, this person was still polite. Now that she was beside the solipsistic, Luo Yao finally restrained herself a little. "My cultivation level has nothing to do with you. Senior, may I know where you are heading?" Seeing that Luo Yao did not speak, this person continued. "We are heading towards the Peacock City. The journey is a little far. It will take us at least 3 days. Therefore, we have not found enough companions. However, we have to reach the Peacock City on the night of the full moon. Time is too tight. If Senior is heading in the same direction, why don't you travel with us? We have more than 10 Emperor experts in our group and another 5-star Emperor expert. Although there are not many of us, we are not weak." Luo Yao was not in the mood to listen to him. She impatiently pointed at Lu Chun. "Ask him." That person turned and saw Lu Chun. He then looked at Lu Chen's badge. 7-star Wild Cultivator. There were also mortals, cultivators, and cultivators in the Baishar Nation. However, those who dared to enter the Demon Eye Valley were at least in the Earth cultivation realm. Seeing a cultivator here, the man almost thought that he was seeing things. Lu Chun had a helpless look on his face as he took the initiative to report his rank. "Big brother, you're almost sticking to me. You didn't see wrong. I'm a 7-star wild practitioner." Lu Chun also wanted to raise his immortal cultivation level, but unfortunately, the spirit extraction scroll was hard to come by recently. As an unaffiliated cultivator, it was even harder for him to get his hands on one, so he could only stop at this level. That person raised his head, his face full of shock. Not only was he a cultivator, he was also a wild one. What a double surprise. It was really strange that a super strong 5-star monarch cultivator would listen to a 7-star cultivator. However, since the woman asked him, the male elf followed her instructions and asked, "This, little brother, it's okay. Actually, it's better to marry a good girl than to have a high rank. I can only say that you're really lucky to have found such a beautiful woman. It's really perfect. Little brother, if you're going the same way, why don't you come with us? The place we're going to is quite far away. You won't lose out if you come with us. Hey, how about this? If you're willing to come with us, we can give you 10,000 spirit extraction scrolls. That person whispered into Lu Chen's ear. We can't afford to give you more than that. The spirit extraction scrolls are really tight now. The 1,000 spirit extraction scrolls were naturally given on account of Luo Yao. Lu Chen didn't care if they followed or not. However, their group was going deeper into the Demon Eye Valley, so it was fine for them to go together. Moreover, they were actually offering spirit extraction scrolls. Luo Yao's group was worth 10,000 spirit extraction scrolls? Isn't this money coming too easily? Luo Yao shouldn't be lacking in spirit extraction scrolls. She wouldn't even know that he had secretly taken them. When are you guys leaving? We only have around 200 people, but we can't wait any longer. Regardless of whether everyone is here or not, we'll be leaving soon. All right, then give us the spirit extraction scrolls first. We'll go with you. The two of them secretly completed the transaction. Lu Chan held onto the 10,000 spirit extraction scrolls and almost cried. It had been a long time since he had received a spirit extraction scrolls. If he still couldn't find a way to earn money, he would really have to resort to robbery. At this moment, Luo Yao walked over and looked coldly at the spirit extraction scrolls in Lu Chen's hands. You sold me for 10,000 spirit extraction scrolls? It turned out that this fellow had seen everything. Just take it as a reward for your hard work of cooking every day. Lu Chen kept the spirit extraction scrolls and boasted shamelessly. Luo Yao didn't pursue the matter. 10,000 spirit extraction scrolls were nothing to her. Hey, did you observe that group? No, you didn't even observe them, and you agreed to their request. I really don't know if I should say that you're naive or stupid. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Is there a problem with them? They're Nightwalker clan. Lu Chen looked strangely at the back of the elemental young man. At this time, he was busy notifying the members of the group. How did you know? Luo Yao's expression was a little unnatural, but she still said, You men may not be able to feel it, but I can feel it. The way he looked at me just now was not right. He has been secretly staring at my legs, and anyway, his eyes are not honest. What's wrong with that? Who asked you to be so beautiful? Even if you're not a Nightwalker, you can't help but take a few more glances. According to what you said, I'm also a Nightwalker? Lu Chen was telling the truth, but Luo Yao was stunned. Huh, you're also secretly staring at me. Lu Chen suddenly realized that he had spilled the beans and hurriedly said, I told you not to be so sensitive. Let's go. They've already gathered over there. Luo Yao shook her head slightly. Previously, she had a new level of respect for Solipsistic, but from this small matter, it seemed that Solipsistic was always careless. Can such a person be that 1 in 10,000? 1 in 10,000 could not reverse the situation. 1 in 10,000. Did it mean that 1 in 10,000 could reverse the situation, or that no one could reverse the situation? Luo Yao could not help but frown deeply. The elves group had already set off. The group was mostly made up of elves, dwarves, humans, goblins, and half-beasts. There were both men and women, about 200 people. The Magic Eye Grand Canyon was surrounded by strange and huge plants. A single leaf was even bigger than several people. There was no ready-made road in the canyon, only many narrow paths left behind by people who had passed through for a long time. At first, there were many groups around, and Lu Chen's group was relatively relaxed. However, as they walked, the road began to widen, and gradually, there was a fork in the road, and the groups were divided. The cliffs on both sides became higher and higher, and the road began to become rugged. A stream flowed down from the cliff on the left, forming a thin waterfall. The surrounding plants became denser, and someone in the front row had already taken out a weapon to cut down the plants blocking the way. Lu Chen had already summoned Rhubarb and Furball, and they followed at the back of the group. Rhubarb, be careful. Rhubarb nodded and followed closely beside Lu Chen. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The second spirit vein must be found. Chapter 828. Everything was normal in the canyon until night. They didn't even encounter a single magical beast. After all, this place was close to the entrance. There were many people entering the canyon, so magical beasts rarely appeared. At night, the group camped in an open field. Those who knew each other would form a circle. Luchin also set up a campfire and prepared dinner with Luo Yao. Little brother, you haven't eaten yet? The elf man from before walked over enthusiastically. You two don't have to cook. Come and eat with us. We have many specialties here. Let's try them together. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. Her eyes were already filled with killing intent, but Luchin didn't notice it and happily agreed. Sure, I haven't eaten elf food before. You want to try everything you haven't eaten before? Luo Yao said coldly. Luchin smiled. I don't cook anyway. You can cook for yourself. With that, he left with the elf man. Luo Yao snorted. She already said that there was something wrong with this group of people, but this guy still went to eat other people's food? How did this guy survive until now? She said that she would protect him for 2 months. Was she really going to throw him to the Nightwalkers? Luo Yao let out a sigh and followed him. There were about 10 people with the elf man. 4 of them were Emperor Realm experts. They were about 3 or 4 stars. When Luo Yao came over, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the few men. One of them even stared at her chest for a few seconds. The elf race was a polite race. They were also arrogant by nature. Even if they met someone they liked, they rarely showed such eagerness. Luo Yao had been through hundreds of battles. She was more familiar with the Nightwalkers than the shop owner. The closer it was to night, the easier it was for the Nightwalkers' nature to be exposed. Looking at their behavior now, Luo Yao was even more certain that these people were Nightwalkers. Lu Chun had 2 elf women by his side. They held hands and taught Lu Chun how to cook. They were chatting and laughing intimately. Senior, you're here too. Come and sit. The elf man went up to greet her enthusiastically. Even though he was very controlled, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Luo Yao's chest for a few seconds. As expected, this guy was even more outrageous than during the day. His true nature was being revealed more and more. During the banquet, Solipsistic Brat only cared about chatting and laughing with the 2 elf beauties. Luo Yao felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Just a moment ago, he and Snow had treated each other with respect from the back, but now he had turned around and hugged her in his arms. Men really aren't good things. Luo Yao coldly snorted and took out her own wine to drink. Senior, it's boring to drink alone. Since we haven't entered the canyon yet, it's fine to drink a little more today. Someone immediately came over to propose a toast. That's right. Senior, I've never seen an immortal like you before. You're simply like a fairy that has descended to the mortal world. Not only that, you're also so powerful. May I ask exactly how many stars of the Martial Emperor Realm Senior is? A 4-star Martial Emperor also came over. Senior, are you and that little brother really an immortal couple? Little brother is really lucky to have married such a celestial being like you. Isn't that so? Senior, how do you take care of yourself? Your skin is still so tender. Ah, Senior, please don't misunderstand. My wife often complains that her skin is poor. I'm sincerely asking for your guidance. Luo Yao drank a few mouthfuls of wine and felt annoyed when she looked at Lu Chun. She said unhappily, "You want to marry me?" In his dreams. The people around Luo Yao looked at each other with a slightly smug look in their eyes. Wine cups clinked, and Luo Yao didn't know how much she had drunk. Senior, you're really good at drinking. However, are you really not planning to taste our mistakes? Drinking wine is a little bad for your stomach. Forget it, forget it. What's so good about food? Senior and I hit it off at first sight. Come, let's drink. In the surrounding campsites, the people had already fallen asleep, and the voices here gradually weakened. The night returned to peace. In the middle of the night, the sleeping elf suddenly opened her eyes. He observed the 2 humans in the campsite. The 2 of them were sleeping so deeply that they were almost unconscious. Only then did he sit up and lightly pat his companion beside him. That person also instantly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he impatiently reached out to touch Luo Yao's chest. Wait, although these 2 people are dead drunk, they didn't eat our food. This woman is not weak. If she wakes up later, there might be trouble. Pull these 2 people a little farther away and give them some medicine. I guarantee that they will be obedient tomorrow. Several elves woke up one after another. A group of people lifted Lu Chun and Luo Yao out of the camp with their spirit chi. Such a beautiful girl, I can't help it. A 4-star emperor elf rubbed his hands, his eyes full of greed. Quick, hallucination mushroom. No matter how strong you are, you still have needs. In front of the hallucination mushroom, even if your strength is monstrous, I will make you submit to me. Immediately, a subordinate brought over 2 purple mushrooms. Luo Yao was surrounded by more than a dozen elves, while Lu Chun was surrounded by 3 female elves. They also had hallucination mushrooms in their hands. It seemed that they couldn't do anything without this magical plant. Little handsome, you two are really lucky today. There are so many of us here to play with you. You really have good luck with women. In a while, absorb half of his spirit chi. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if others find out. Okay, Sister Sue, you try it first. Sister Sue placed the hallucination mushroom in front of Lu Chun and activated her spirit chi, preparing to trigger the hallucination mushroom to release its medicinal effect. Suddenly, a cold sword directly pierced through her throat. Everything happened too quickly, so much so that Sister Sue didn't even have time to react. She could only widen her eyes and look in the direction of the sword. She saw that the sleeping human had already opened his eyes. Lu Chun shook his head regretfully. If you have any needs, you could just ask me face to face. Why do you have to use such methods? Previously, everyone got along very well. Sigh, I also don't want to kill you. Sister Sue's eyes were filled with pain. Her mouth opened and closed, and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out. What about me? You really think I can't see through your tricks? Sister Sue's life was quickly draining away. When her body collapsed, black smoke came out from her mouth. Lu Chun coldly snorted. That was probably the main body of the Nightwalker race. Want to run? Divine Demon Symbiosis. I'm all ears. A powerful suction force came, and that black smoke was forcefully pulled back by Lu Chun. A pitch-black cannon muzzle was placed in front of the black smoke. Lu Chun's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Spiritual Space Cannon. With a loud bang, Lu Chun didn't hesitate. Without waiting for her to enter soul-body unification, he killed her with a single shot. At the same time, there was a loud shout from Luo Yao's side. Instantly, sword light flashed everywhere. Lu Chun only glanced in that direction and smiled. Although Luo Yao's alcohol tolerance wasn't good, she still had some intelligence. It was impossible for her to get drunk at this time, so there was no need for him to worry. The other 2 female elves looked at Lu Chun in horror. Since you already knew that we are from the Nightwalker race, why did you still come and meet us? Lu Chun smiled and shook his head. He drew a sword in his hand and closed in on the 2 girls. Sigh, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for showing off your wealth in front of me. In order to fish, you casually took out 10,000 yuan cash coupons. TSK, you're quite rich. It just so happens that I'm short of money recently, and you two are people who deserve to die. Tell me, with such a warm invitation, do you think I have a reason to reject it? Chapter 829. On the other side, Luo Yao had also suddenly attacked. The other party was caught off guard and was ambushed by the Jade Emperor. The result was obvious. Soon, Luo Yao had also finished her battle. She had just stopped when she saw the solipsistic sitting at the side and watching the show. You're awake. Lu Chun hurried over and searched the corpses one by one. Of course I'm awake. Otherwise, do you expect to finish the battle so that you can watch my erotic scenes? Lu Chun was very careful. He soon found a bunch of cash withdrawal scrolls on the corpses. Good lord, there's at least 70 to 80,000. Lu Chun was pleasantly surprised. These guys must have killed and robbed many times. How despicable. Luo Yao was completely stunned. How had she not realized that this guy was actually so sinister? Thinking back, when the elf man came over to strike up a conversation, this guy seemed to have changed into a different person. He seemed especially gullible. When they invited him over for dinner, he agreed faster than anyone else. It was as if he had been waiting for it. In the end, it was all a facade. This guy was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was full of evil tricks. What was worse was that he had already finished off a few Nightwalkers, but he did not come over to help. He even searched the corpses first. No, aren't you also killing and robbing now? Why are you still so righteous? Luo Yao looked at the solipsistic in shock. I've seen thick-skinned people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as thick-skinned as you. Lu Chen stood up and shook his head. It's not easy for a level 5 to drop equipment. Maybe it's because they haven't activated Soul Body as one. It's a pity. Lu Chen held a stack of cash withdrawal scrolls. Looking at them, his mood improved. Not bad. There's at least 70 to 80,000 cash withdrawal scrolls. I made a small fortune. Lu Chen kept the cash withdrawal scrolls and walked to Luo Yao. Of course I'm different from them. I still have a bottom line. At least I'll kill people. After saying that, Lu Chen painfully took out a stack of cash withdrawal scrolls. There were about 20,000 cash withdrawal scrolls and handed them to Luo Yao. Here, this is your share. Luo Yao was rather surprised that this fellow would actually give her a share. At this moment, Luo Yao realized that she was becoming more and more unable to see through this person. He had hidden himself so deeply that he had even fooled her. Luo Yao raised her head and looked at Lu Chen with a faint smile. That's all I have? I've killed more people than you, and all the experts are on my side. I should be the one taking the lead. Lu Chen pursed his lips. You're taking the biggest share? You're so silly and always keep a straight face. People can tell at a glance that you're wary of them. My plan was almost ruined by you. If you didn't attract these people, I wouldn't even want to give you 10,000 yuan. You, as the ruler of the Eastern Peak Nation, Luo Yao had experienced countless battles, big and small. Yet, she was actually despised by this fellow. In fact, it wasn't that Luo Yao didn't know how to disguise herself. Her experience wasn't any less than Lu Chen's. It was just that in recent years, she had been leading armies and fighting wars more and more. She had been traveling less and less into Jianghu. Moreover, as the Jade Emperor, she couldn't let go of her status. Those Nightwalker clan members who peeked at her wretchedly would have been killed by her. Why would there be so much trouble later on? However, no matter what, she wasn't as natural as the solipsistic. Forget it. I don't want your cash withdrawal scroll. You can keep it for yourself. Luo Yao didn't really want the cash withdrawal scroll. She just wanted to see why the solipsistic distributed the rewards. Now that she understood, since it made sense, she didn't care about the cash withdrawal scroll. You don't want it? I don't want it. It's best if you don't want it. Lu Chen didn't hold back at all. What he lacked the most now was cash withdrawal scrolls. Go back and sleep. Just as Lu Chen and Luo Yao left, a pair of eyes peeked out from the depths of the grass. Judging from his figure, he seemed to be a human. Who are these two people? They killed all the Nightwalker clan members in an instant. What kind of strength is this? The next morning, the large group quickly discovered that the group of elves had died outside the campsite. However, their deaths were very gruesome. Their faces were pitch black, their eyes were almost popping out of their sockets, and their bodies were stiff. Just looking at the corpses, they seemed to have died a long time ago. It's the Nightwalker clan. Someone quickly reacted. After the Nightwalker clan members were killed, they would look like this. Heavens, it's really the Nightwalker clan. Yeah, isn't it the guy who pulled us in? He's actually from the Nightwalker clan. I didn't even notice. Someone felt a chill. Who killed them? These Nightwalker clan members were very high level. There were 4 great emperors, and one of them was even a 4-star great emperor. To have the strength to kill them all silently. Who was it? Someone had killed someone in the campsite. Whether it was the Nightwalker clan or the culprit, it wasn't a good thing for the partners. Immediately, someone began to investigate. It's not a big deal to find out who killed the Nightwalker tribe. We just need to say hello to everyone. Someone secretly looked at Lu Chen and Luo Yao. Many people had seen the two of them enter the elf campsite. Lu Chen didn't want to admit that he had killed and robbed, so as to avoid trouble. He shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. My level is low, so I can't kill them." Someone saw Lu Chen's badge. a 7-star wild cultivator. He was immediately eliminated as a suspect. With that said, the only suspect left was Luo Yao. Luo Yao glared at Lu Chun and said, "My senior brother told me, especially a girl, that I can't stay in an outsider's campsite. Yesterday, I went there to eat something, but I came back very quickly." Suddenly, two dwarves jumped out to testify for Luo Yao. That's true. After all, this is the White Lion Nation. Everyone knows that there are Nightwalker clan members here. It's very rare for a girl to stay outside alone. Yes, I did see this girl come out from their campsite. I can prove it. Luo Yao nodded slightly at the two dwarves to express her gratitude. This person didn't say anything. The two dwarves immediately raised their heads and bowed back like gentlemen. This scene didn't escape Lu Chen's eyes. Good heavens, so you can do whatever you want just because you're good-looking. In the crowd, a pair of eyes kept staring at the two dwarves. This guy was also speechless. In terms of acting skills, the two of them seemed to be on par with each other. Indeed, birds of the same feather flock together. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have suspected the two of them. This person also didn't say anything. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. A few people wanted to go up and search the corpses, but naturally, they didn't find anything. The group still had to hurry on with their journey. Everyone set off again, but every small group seemed to have become more cautious. On the second day, everything was peaceful. On the third day, they were already close to Peacock City. At this time, they had already gone deep into the canyon. The cliffs on both sides were hundreds of meters high, and the vegetation was denser and larger than before. There was a strong airflow above the canyon, so they couldn't fly. Everyone could only move forward with difficulty. Everyone, hurry up. At this speed, we can't catch up. Please don't encounter any demonic beasts. We've been delayed for too long. We can't make it now. Don't jinx it. If we hurry, we can definitely reach Peacock City before the night of the full moon. At this time, dark clouds appeared in the sky above the canyon. The dark clouds were thick and heavy, and the surroundings started to darken. In an instant, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The rain poured down heavily, and the visibility was less than 5 meters. The huge branches and leaves of the plants were pressed down, making it almost impossible to walk on the ground. Why is it raining so heavily? We can't walk. We have to walk even if we can't. Otherwise, we'll be eaten by the demons. Hurry. Lu Chan frowned slightly. This rain was a little strange. Hey, a faint voice called out from behind. Be careful, something is coming. What's making such a big commotion? Lu Chun asked curiously. Luo Yao's gaze seemed to be able to see through the rain. Our luck is really good. When we get back, I'll definitely try my luck at the casino. It's very likely the owner of the Magic Eye Canyon. The 8-eyed lion. Oh, I wonder if it's 8 or 9 eyes. Luo Yao didn't forget to add. Chapter 830. The water on the ground converged into a river in less than 5 minutes, washing over the team. Lu Chan was about to take out the clear water orb when he suddenly found the rainwater above his head bouncing off a spirit energy shield. Lu Chun turned around in surprise and found that Luo Yao had opened up a spirit energy shield. This transparent shield isolated the two of them from the outside world, like two people holding an umbrella on a rainy day. What are you looking at? If the 8-eyed ghoul appears later, don't run around. Your little tricks won't work in front of absolute strength. Luo Yao's gaze was still focused on the surroundings. Lu Chan suddenly asked, "How is the 8-eyed ghoul compared to the 8-tailed snow fox?" Luo Yao looked at Lu Chun. Then her gaze swept to the 7-star Wild Cultivator badge. As expected, Wild Cultivator's common sense was so poor that it made her speechless. Have you heard of the 7 demonic beast generals? Lu Chun nodded. Almost all of the 7 demonic beast generals are rank 8. Although the difference doesn't sound big, the difference in strength is huge. Rank 8 is the realm of demonic beasts, and demonic beast realms aren't divided as clearly as cultivators. Their rank 8 strength span is very large, If compared to cultivators, they can cover our double D cultivation. Double D cultivation should be referring to the two great realms of earth cultivation and emperor cultivation. Think about it. How big is the eight-tailed snow fox's sphere of influence? How big is the eight-eyed ghoul's sphere of influence? In the area where the eight-tailed snow fox lives, what are the cultivation levels of the surrounding cultivators, and what about the eight-eyed ghoul? Lu Chun frowned. The eight-tailed snow fox only controls a snow mountain, and the surrounding cultivators are mainly great cultivators and earth cultivators, while the eight-eyed ghoul lives in the Magic Eye Canyon, which spans almost an entire country, and there is no lack of emperor cultivators around. With this comparison, Lu Chun immediately understood. The eight-eyed ghoul's strength was not just a little bit stronger than the eight-tailed snow fox. I only hope that guy hasn't evolved to 9 eyes. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Luo Yao's tone was heavy. Lu Chun rarely saw her so serious. Nameless, I said I would guarantee your safety. Follow me closely and avoid the eight-eyed ghoul if you can. If you dare to run around, I will kill you. Luo Yao grabbed Lu Chun's arm and stared at Lu Chun fiercely. If the Jade Emperor couldn't fulfill her promise, she would definitely lose face. It seemed like Luo Yao was serious. Lu Chun's objective was completely different from Luo Yao's. However, now that Luo Yao had threatened him so fiercely, Lu Chun could only agree to her request for the time being. I know. I don't want to die. I'll follow you, okay? You're a girl. Why are you so fierce? Seeing that Lu Chun had given in, Luo Yao let go of him. Follow the team. The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it was getting heavier. Although the rain wasn't enough to stop the team from moving forward, it greatly slowed down the team's progress. Lu Chun and Luo Yao followed the team closely and moved forward with difficulty. Suddenly, 2 humans in front of them stopped and looked at them anxiously, standing there and waiting for them. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other was a little girl who was about 12 or 13 years old. The man was a 6-star earth cultivator, and the girl was an 8-star great cultivator. Both of you, can we travel with you? The man asked earnestly. Lu Chun looked at the girl strangely. She was in the 5th layer of heaven at such a young age. Unless she was a native, it was almost impossible to come to the 5th layer of heaven at such a young age. You're a native? Yes. The man nodded. This is my daughter. During a hunt, we obtained some opportunities and embarked on the path of cultivation. Very few natives could cultivate, but there were countless opportunities in the 5th heaven, so it wasn't completely impossible for natives to cultivate. Moreover, these 2 people's cultivation levels were not low. Among the natives, they were considered top-notch experts. Seeing that Lu Chun and Luo Yao were silent, the man said, "Please take my daughter with you. This rain is strange. I think it's caused by a powerful demonic beast. With my strength, I can't protect Xiaohui. I only ask that you take my daughter with you." "What does your daughter have to do with us?" Luo Yao said coldly. "Both of you, I know that you are very strong. On the first night, I happened to be outside the camp." The man mustered up his courage and looked at them. His implication was obvious. He had seen Lu Chun and Luo Yao killing the Nightwalker tribe. So what if you saw it? Luo Yao didn't buy it at all. "Both of you, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of exposing you. These few days, I've been very tight-lipped and didn't mention a word to anyone. What I mean is that since the 2 of you could kill those Nightwalkers, you definitely have the strength to protect yourself. Taking Xiaohui with you might be a piece of cake. But to me, if that person came, even if I risked my life, I wouldn't be able to protect Xiaohui." The man choked. "I promised the child's mother that I would protect Xiaohui. But since you want to protect your daughter, why did you bring her to Demon Eye Valley?" Lu Chun asked. The man seemed to have something he couldn't say, but now was not the time to hide it. He sighed. White Lion Kingdom's war god, the Lion King, is about to gain attributes. The child's mother, she is the medium for the Lion King's awakening. In order to gain the Lion King's attributes, the child's mother must be sacrificed. 3 months ago, someone snatched the child's mother away. Most people wouldn't believe such a baseless story, but Lu Chun was already 80 to 90% convinced. Only a few people knew about this. The man wouldn't use such a thing as an excuse. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. The Lion King was about to awaken. His method of rebirth was similar to the ice gods. He also relied on the natives to store the necessary ingredients for his rebirth. 3 months ago, it's been so long. I'm afraid your wife. Not everyone was like Schwerer, who could meet Lu Chun. The man's eyes reddened. His voice trembled. I know, but I won't give up until I see it with my own eyes. Even if it's a corpse, even if it's a strand of hair, I will find it. Lu Chun sighed. The fate of the weak was so lowly. His true love was so easily taken away. The two of you follow us. This was all Lu Chun could do now. Luo Yao said unhappily, Hey, I'm only protecting you. I'm not responsible for protecting them. Lu Chun smiled. It's okay. I will protect them. Although Luo Yao was cold, she still covered the father and daughter with her spiritual shield. Thank you for your kindness. My name is Atai. Xiao Hui quickly thanked the two benefactors. Luo Yao waved her hand, heartlessly rejecting the two's thanks. Lu Chun had been thinking about a question. The 7 ancient gods seemed to be reborn one after another. Could this be a coincidence? Why did it happen after he opened the spiritual veins in the heavenly lake? The situation in the 5th heaven seemed to be getting more and more complicated. What a deadly, immortal level hidden mission. This was going to overturn the entire heavenly layer. Father, can we reach the Peacock City before the full moon? Xiao Hui asked. If we really delay until the full moon, will we all die? Atai looked at the sky and frowned. Don't be afraid. Xiao Hui, as long as we don't meet any demonic beasts, we should be able to make it. However, just as Atai finished speaking, someone in front of the group suddenly shouted, There's a demonic beast. Chapter 831. Lu Chun looked at Atai in shock. Brother, can you stop talking? Luo Shui frowned. Even if he doesn't say it, the beasts will come. Lu Chun and the rest were at the back of the team. In the heavy rain, blurry figures were approaching. It's the Rain Jiao. Judging from their size, their strength should be between the 6th and 7th transformation. There are about 300 to 400 of them. Luo Shui saw the enemy clearly. The Rain Jiao looked like a dog with leopard prints all over its body. Its horns were like that of a cow, and its body was about 10 meters tall. 6th or 7th transformation meant that they had to be killed 6 to 7 times. Every time they were resurrected, their strength would increase greatly. It's not the 8-eyed gnomes, Atai said nervously. It's its subordinates. These Rain Jiao's strength is already terrifying, and they live in groups. However, in the past, there would not be more than 20 to 30 of them. A normal team would be able to deal with them, but now there are so many of them. Our team is already small. It's impossible for us to reach Peacock City before the full moon. 300 to 400 6th or 7th transformation Rain Jiao were enough to surround them. The battle was about to start. The surrounding teams had already come into contact with a large number of Rain Jiao. The sound of their souls merging into one could be heard continuously. All kinds of skills and shouts could be heard in the heavy rain. The first transformation Rain Jiao was not difficult for these experts. The key was time. Being entangled by these Rain Jiao, it was impossible for them to reach Peacock City. Looks like we can't escape. Oh well, my two benefactors, I will try my best to hold them back. You guys take Xiao Hui and leave first. Atai took out a long staff. From a weapon, he should be a close combat martial artist. Father. Xiao Hui pulled her father reluctantly. Xiao Hui, follow my two benefactors. If you see your mother in the future and she's still alive, tell her. I miss her very much. Also, Xiao Hui, you have to live well. Whether your mother and I are still alive or not, you have to live. After saying that, Atai held the long staff and rushed into the heavy rain through Luo Yao's spiritual shield. He shouted as he ran, Go! Seeing Atai rush into the group of Rain Jiao without hesitation, Xiao Hui broke down and cried. Father, an earth elementalist had charged into the Cunning Yu group alone. The final outcome was self-evident. If nothing unexpected happened, Atai would definitely not have survived. Luo Yao glanced at Xiao Hui, who was sobbing uncontrollably and had almost broken free from Lu Chen's arms. She suddenly felt a little dazed. She was in a high position and had seen many deaths. She should have been indifferent to this, but for some reason, when she was beside these ordinary people, she felt completely different from when she was high up in the air and counting the list of the dead. She could truly feel the pain of being separated by life and death. In order to protect his daughter, her father did not hesitate to block Yu Jiao alone. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult it was to encounter such a stupid thing. In the royal family, it was not uncommon for brothers to kill each other in order to compete for resources. On the contrary, it was these ordinary people who placed their family members in a more important position than their own lives. He glanced at Xiao Hui again. The little girl refused to leave no matter what. She was already sobbing her eyes out. Luo Yao sighed and shook her head. What's the point of you staying? He's just going to die. And that stupid father of yours. Does he think that a mere earth elementalist like him can block these Yu Jiao? Xiao Hui's heart ached. When she heard Luo Yao berate them the moment she opened her mouth, she glared at Luo Yao. What right do you have to talk about my father? I don't need your protection. Let me go. If you dare to talk to me like this under normal circumstances, you would have died long ago. Luo Yao snorted coldly. She took out a rubber band from somewhere and used both hands to tie it up skillfully. Her waterfall-like long hair was tied up high. Kid, don't run around, Luo Yao warned Lu Chun. At the same time, she slowly pulled out a purple long sword from the void. In a flash, Luo Yao transformed into a pale green flowing light and stabbed towards the Cunning Yu group. She had not activated Soul Body as one either. A ray of sword light flashed and shot towards the Cunning Yu group like a laser. Just as it was about to hit the Cunning Yu group, the ray of light suddenly split into dozens of branches and shot towards the surrounding Cunning Yu group with unerring accuracy. Sword Dao Limitless. In just an instant, 40 to 50 Cunning Yu who had undergone their first job transition were all killed. As Tai fought, he suddenly realized that the enemies were all gone. He turned his head blankly and saw a pale green figure slowly walking towards him in the rain. She was holding a purple longsword and wearing a green dress. Even though the rain was falling, it was unable to wet her clothes at all. Your daughter is crying and making a fuss. She's too annoying. If you want to take care of her, go take care of her yourself, Luo Yao said coldly as she passed by Atai. Benefactor, don't be a hindrance here. Hurry up and leave. They're about to undergo their second job transition. Luo Yao still did not give Atai any face. Atai knew that he was too weak and hurriedly retreated to Lu Chen's side. Father. Ahui hugged her father tightly. I thought I would never see you again. Next time, don't leave me alone. If we're going to die, let's die together as a family. Atai held back his tears and nodded heavily. Lu Chun took out the clear water pearl at some point and helped the father and daughter avoid the rain. Atai suddenly thought of something and looked anxiously at Lu Chun. Benefactor, your wife. Her? She's not my wife. Lu Chun shook his head. I didn't expect this guy to help you. Don't worry, we'll send you to Peacock City. Wait for her first. At this time, some of the range Yaos resurrected very quickly. Just a moment after they fell down, they straightened their bodies and underwent their second job transition. Luo Yao's figure was like a ghost. Her sword chi crisscrossed. In the heavy rain, she was like a green shadow, jumping among the range Yaos. Wherever the green shadow went, blood splattered. But before the blood completely exploded, she had already flashed in front of another range Yaos. Her sword danced, and several range Yaos fell to the ground again. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Luo Yao should be very strong, but he did not expect this guy to be so strong. In just a few minutes, she had already forced the range Yaos to undergo their fourth job transition. Moreover, the most important thing was her fighting style. Except for the everlasting sword Dao, she did not seem to use any skills. She only used her body movement and sword skills to stab the range Yao's vital points. Good fellow, not only did she not use soul body as one, she didn't even use any skills. Lu Chen looked at Luo Yao with interest. When she fights, her figure is graceful. The position of every step is not only to dodge, but also to accumulate strength for the next attack. Her fighting experience and skills are top-notch. Every move seems like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, but it's extremely fatal. Her moves are as smooth as flowing water, and there are countless possibilities of changing moves everywhere, using the least amount of strength to put herself in the most powerful position. This guy's a bit strong. To be able to receive such praise from Lu Chen, Luo Yao was probably the only one in the current position. Dad, that sister is so strong. Even Xiao Hui was stunned. And she's so beautiful when she fights. She doesn't look like she's killing people, but more like she's dancing. Atai's gaze could not leave Luo Yao. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. I've never seen anyone who can perform a battle so beautifully. She's so skillful and so casual. This benefactor's strength is definitely not just a 5-star emperor. Chapter 832. By the time Yu Jiao reached the 5th class advancement, the surrounding teams had already fallen into a bitter battle. Some in the crowd had already given up on themselves. What's the point of fighting like this? Yu Jiao becomes stronger every time he revives. Even if we can kill him, we won't be able to escape Demon I Valley in time. We can't win. They're getting stronger. My soul-body fusion time is almost up. It's over. There were also some who had yet to give up. Stop talking nonsense. Demon Eye Valley is so big. I don't believe that there's no way out once the full moon arrives. There's an expert at the back. This is everyone's only chance. If we don't fight now, we'll definitely die. Luo Yao had already killed the surrounding Yu Jiao to the 6th class advancement. Some of them had even reached the 7th class advancement. When Lu Chen had faced 7 5th class advancement Swanee at the same time, he had also felt the pressure multiply. Now, there were dozens of 6th class Yu Jiao and even a former Yu Jiao. However, Luo Yao's movements were not messed up at all. Her figure was graceful, and her movements were clean and neat. Her sword left scars as it passed. The only difference was that she had begun to use skills. 9 palace flowers shifting. Luo Yao's figure was even faster than before. Traceless way of the sword, mortal sword. Luo Yao's every sword carried a sharp sword aura. Her sword moves were endless, and her sword aura was endless. Lu Chen frowned. Luo Yao's skills seemed to be very different from his. Regardless of the damage, Luo Yao's skills seemed to have been integrated into her every move. An upward slash would cause sword aura to rise from the ground. A straight stab would cause sword aura to erupt from the tip of the sword. There were no deliberate moves. Invisibly, her skills were everywhere. Could it be that experts will integrate their skills and moves like this when they reach a high level? Lu Chen could not help but ponder. For example, after the 7 transformations of demons and gods, Lu Chen could unleash 2,160 slashes with Fierce Tiger, descends the mountain. However, every time, he would use the skill in one go. Although the power was terrifying, on the other hand, high damage was actually useless. In most cases, the damage would overflow. Moreover, if the opponent dodged, he would have wasted a sacred lotus sword. If he could fuse his skills with his moves, he would be able to maintain Holy Sword Lotus for even longer. Another example would be the world annihilating 9 dragons. 9 dragons would appear at the same time, but if they could be separated so that each move only had 1 dragon, it might be quite effective. It had to be said that watching Luo Yao's battle inspired Lu Chen greatly. Big brother, aren't you going to help big sister? Xiao Hui looked at Lu Chen strangely. Only then did Lu Chen wake up from his contemplation. Although Luo Yao was strong, their goal was to leave the battle as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go help her. You two stay here and don't run around. Lu Chen had just taken a step when he suddenly heard an explosion in the battlefield. With a boom, the rainwater gathered on the ground within a radius of several hundred meters, along with the soil and plants, suddenly exploded. Lu Chen hurriedly looked at the battlefield. Luo Yao was slowly walking over, but behind her, the explosions were becoming more and more intense. Let's go. My explosion array won't be able to hold them for long. I tried my best to control the number of times they were reborn. Most of them were at the 6th transformation. If they were reborn again, they would be at the 7th transformation. At that time, it would be more troublesome. Luo Yao quickly rushed in front of the 3 of them. Lu Chen was even more surprised. Luo Yao actually set up an array in such a dangerous situation just now. She didn't even notice it. Not only that, she had already decided not to fight head-on at the beginning of the battle. Instead, she used movement to set up an array. It was clear that she wasn't the kind of person who fought brainlessly. This woman was quite strong. You haven't used soul-body fusion yet? Lu Chen sized up Luo Yao with interest. This fellow was probably the person whose strength was closest to his among all the people he had met. It's just you, Jiao, Luo Yao replied lightly. After saying that, she took the lead and rushed forward. Follow me closely. Lu Chen looked at Luo Yao's back and couldn't help but sigh. Was this her nature? She didn't panic in the face of chaos and was quite strong. She even lied to me and didn't eat for several days. Lu Chen complained and jogged to catch up. The surrounding teams saw Luo Yao and the others. Some of them asked for help, but Luo Yao didn't even look at them. Xiao Hui couldn't bear it. Aren't we going to save them? Luo Yao said decisively. No. The 4 of them ran forward. When Yu Jiao pounced on them, Luo Yao raised her hand and slashed with her sword, showing no mercy. Not long after, the 4 of them broke out of Yu Jiao's encirclement and moved quickly toward Peacock City. It wasn't easy to catch up with Luo Yao. Luo Yao didn't have the habit of stopping to wait for others. Tai could still keep up, but Xiao Hui was a little powerless. Xiao Hui, hurry. Tai was a little anxious. Lu Chen carried Xiao Hui on his back. Brother Tai, I'll carry her. Let's get out of here first. Gradually, Yuju stopped chasing them. The heavy rain in front of them also became a lot lighter. However, when they looked back, the road they came from was still a murky world of drizzling rain. The team's speed finally slowed down. Tai shook his head. He didn't know how many people were going to fall into the mud. Only the 4 of them were left in the team of more than 200 people. The dark clouds were still above their heads. The 4 of them didn't dare to stop and rest. They continued to walk toward Peacock City. Speaking of which, such a large area was covered by dark clouds, causing them to be unable to see the sky clearly. However, as they gradually left the center of the storm, the dark clouds gradually thinned. Tai's heart was once again in his mouth. Not good, it's going to be dark soon. After Luo Yao heard that, she secretly increased her speed. Half an hour later, the canyon was already dark. A trace of moonlight could be seen on top of the steep cliff that was hundreds of meters high. Full moon night. Tai's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, at this moment, they saw a huge city wall built against the mountain in front of them. There were colorful city signs engraved on the city wall. It seemed to be a peacock's tail. We've reached Peacock City. Quick, quick! Peacock City is in front of us. Tai shouted excitedly. The 4 of them spurred their horses and even used their teleportation skills to rush toward Peacock City. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly rumbled. Following that, a steel wall slowly rose from the ground in front of Peacock City's city wall. One city wall was not enough. Was there another steel wall? A bugle call resounded through the canyon. On the cliff behind the city, a large number of figures suddenly appeared. They held bows and arrows and stood at the top of the cliff. They lined up and filled the entire Peacock City. Everyone, pay attention. It's the night of the full moon. The demons have awakened. Be on your guard. At the same time, Lu Chen and the other 3 had already arrived at the city gate. The iron gate had not been completely raised. As long as they opened the city gate now, the 4 of them could enter Peacock City. It's Peacock City's guards. General, Please open the city gate and let the four of us in. I beg you. Atai shouted. Among the guards, a man in golden armor looked down and saw Atai and the other three at a glance. There's still people here? The city gate has already been closed. Scram. Luo Yao frowned. As the ruler of Dongyu country, she naturally understood this kind of military fortification. Your outer gate has not been completely closed. This means that the city is not sealed yet. The opening of the inner gate does not affect the closing of the outer gate. Why are you not opening the gate? That person looked at Luo Yao from afar and coldly snorted. Why are you not opening the gate? Because I don't want to open it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.